As autumn leaves start to find themselves around the world starting to put into bloom, we every time in the sim racing circle look at where we are and say, it's now the time for endurance racing leagues to bring themselves to the foreground. We start today in the south of Portugal at the cusp of the Internacional Autodromo do Algarve. And here today at a track which has shown so much promise and potential. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you're watching from around the world. My name is Jake Sperry, and alongside with me in the commentary box for today's action will be Stephen Koenig. You got Christian Deploy in the director's chair. He's using the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. But when it comes to the Algarve and the 4 hours worth of racing that we've got on the horizon for you, if you are here and understand, this is younger brother to the circuit of Estoril. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll understand now with our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Algarve International Circuit, more commonly known to fans as Portimao. Located at the very southern end of Portugal and just a half an hour from the Atlantic Ocean, the first thing most folks notice about this place is the elevation changes. It has nearly as many rises and falls as it does corners, which, for those curious, is either 15 or 16 turns, depending on which of the 4 layouts you choose. All clock in at roughly 4.5 kilometers, or just under 3 miles. A lap here kicks off with a big plunge down into Primera, which is either a swift right flick or a sharp turn into a chicane. Both are going to be tough to nail. We'll go through a good variety of fast, medium, and slow corners, but each one is distinctly different. Having a stable setup will absolutely be key. One of the most iconic spots is the flight over the hill between Samsung and Craig Jones. It's often described as a roller coaster-like hill, feeling like it's going to throw you out of the car. Built in 2008, it's got a surprising amount of character for a relatively new circuit. Because of this, it's become quite popular for a number of motorcycle and GT series that visit regularly. It's also hosted lots of TC racing and open wheelers all the way up to Formula One. As the first Portuguese track to join the iRacing service, it'll likely be just as popular virtually as it is with fans in real life.
And that gives you a very good indication of what this Autodromo Internacional do Algarve circuit can offer. It's got great overtaking opportunities throughout the lap. I look at Primera as one of those interesting corners into Lagos at 3, which certainly sorts the men from the boys. But in terms of what this track offers, there is a wonderful case of elevation change that brings itself up and through, all the way through from 8 to 10. I think, Stephen, that is possibly one of the greatest bits of underrated sim racing road you can possibly find.
A lot. Absolutely, and I've got to also lean into turn 5. The sharp hairpin really relies on, as you're going down the downhill, you have to focus on your braking. It's also very easy to do a bit of a bait and switch and watch your competition go offline. This circuit itself is going to be rather interesting with multi-class action, having the LMP2s and the LMP3s, which are high aerodynamic vehicles, are going to have the benefit through turn 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But when it comes to pure straight line, the GT3s have been proving to be right on the tail of the LMP3s.
They have been, and so we'll keep an eye out on that as they all look to push through to racing action, which is not too far away here with us on the Global Sim Racing channel. So keep an eye out on that start, because there is a lot to cover between the 3 different classes and the 4 different race classes that we'll have available today. So 3 different types. So we got LMP2, LMP3, and GT3 as we take a look, but we'll also have GT3 split between Pro and Am. This is round 1 of 6, so we'll be running a 6-round championship. It was only a 4 or 3-round championship earlier on when we ran with them the inaugural season. They'll be in teams of 2 and 4, and again, 4 hours is what they will have to battle with. They've all got open setups, but what will be critical to work into mind is that they have a custom balance of performance, Stephen, here, and that is courtesy of TFR Lab.
It's absolutely incredible, and I know that many of the drivers went and looked at the Rdoks setups to ensure that they can really get the pace out. However, the custom BOP is going to put a bit of a change, as we do have not only power restriction, fuel restriction, but we also land up having weight being chucked into it. And the Lamborghini and Mustang, unfortunately, getting a ballast of 13 kilograms on the cars. That's going to be pushing up the dry weight to 1.3 tons on both those GT cars that they're going to have to contend with at the start. And that's really going to shove the 1.4 wet in terms of having enough fuel in the cars to get going. But as we see Eric out on the circuit with LMP3s, my personal favorite, the Ligier P320JS.
Yeah, and we'll see how difficult they are as we see one just going wrong over at Portimao corner and running through towards the end of the lap. This is Eric Rohus, then in the Bonkasaurs 180, looking to charge this LMP3 that has been looking to put its stamp on it. Now, what we saw last season was that some of the LMP3s, just because of how long they'd run and the safety cars that would come up, would still find themselves on the leading lap or even challenging for victory at certain races. The way they've dealt about that is they put a 25% restriction on their fuel tank for this season, and so that's going to mean that those drivers in LMP3 are going to have a little bit of a tougher time in terms of getting away, because they will have to make at least one, if not two, extra pit stops depending on circuit.
To talk about the LMP3 class, I mean, they're using a 5.6 litre V8 Nissan motor, so those V8s get rather thirsty, and it's also going to sling them back towards our GT3s, which this season have been rather well with their fuel economy. One thing we have to keep an eye on is the Aston GT3 has got a power reduction of 1% off it, plus a ballast of 3 kilograms, just to try and bring it back into the BOP, and it's incredibly close, because the top end between all the GT3s is 3 kilometers, and that really shows how much work the admin team have been putting into these cars to ensure the racing is going to be tight, it's going to be incredibly close in terms of pit stops, and that the drivers have to utilize every skill in the box to be at the sharp end of the field. And that's why we got some of the best teams in the world fighting out for the top spot here at the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, presented by Rdoks.
There is Teemu Mulikangas there for WSR Esports. You need no introduction for them as a team. They are absolutely world-class when they're up at the highest level of sim racing, always challenging in their main event when it comes through the special events on iRacing. Here, though, this is a chance for maybe some of those drivers that haven't had as much representation over the course of the season to get themselves known. They've got 6 drivers available to them over the course of this season registered. They can use only 2 if they want to, or up to 4, and they can see Mulikangas there on screen, bottom right corner, trying to get a little bit more understanding of how to sit and wait and be patient, especially there through the long Galpy corner, which so often catches many a driver out, as we got the wonderful early expanses here of how they push through Primera, and that's a little aggressive there, trying to avoid those anti-cut curbs going into Lagos corner at turn 3.
As the drivers are going to also have to learn to navigate with one another. They've done some qualifying rounds to get into qualifying for this race. I also want to bring into a little bit of a thought process here, as we do see he's utilizing a Sparco seat, keeping himself nice and comfortable, very tight seat. The problem is it's very upright. A lot of sim racers utilizing bucket seats, but as we know, it's a little bit different when you're in sim racing, so back might get a little bit sore, and we might see drivers trying to shift around in their cockpits just to get a little bit more comfortable, and that little bit of time can take off 1 second off your time if you land up caught in traffic while trying to adjust yourself.
Yeah, and it is worth noting about how these drivers all set up and say, look, this is my equipment, this is my sim rig, I'm going to try and work this way in order to find the best ability, but everyone will have a different way that it works for them. Jack Smith then for Fury Sim Sport, looking to make the challenge, and we are just getting words of a couple penalties that have come in through qualifying. So car 262 has been given a direct warning. That's Solpec Precision Racing, Dominic Olivier, currently in behind the wheel of the 262. But the other one, in terms of what Race Control have handed through already right now, Stephen, is the fact that we have had the 162 team, I believe, fall into troubles, which will be the team that has put themselves together with Miguel Vigo and co. So that's the Rdoks setup shop team, who will have a drive-through penalty at the start of the race for a qualifying infringement.
That's unfortunately lined up at pit exit before the checkered flag for the previous class and landing up with a bit of a problem there. And that is something to note. Also, for the likes of the 262 car, going and having a bit of a problem of stopping on the apex and landing up impeding some of the cars during qualifying. It's a direct warning, and definitely you're not wanting to be under the scrutiny of the stewards, which is live stewarding during the course of this race. That's not quite how you want to be starting 4-hour enduro.
It definitely is not, but as we are on the cusp, let's take a look at how everyone is going to be lining up for the 4 hours here in Portugal as far as this season looks to get itself sorted. We'll have that jumping up on your screen in just a couple moments, because it was a wonderful battle that we saw over the course of qualifying, Stephen, and I'm sure that as it comes to racing, as we take a look, LMP2 will be an interesting battle at the front. WSI Esports and Solpec Precision Racing will be on the front, with German SimRacing.de and the Jens Brothers competition team, the Zero, in 4th position. Absolute Motorsports Acelith then are never too far away from the front. They start 5th with Havu in 6th position. XPD Racing LMP2 MX will start 7th with Fast Repair Motorsport in 8th. Nürburgring Esports will line up 9th. And your top 10 will be rounded out by Fury SimSport. We look over the page then, where row 6 and 7 will finish off the field with Liper Esports in 11th, Firefly eRacing Silver in 12th, and Hyperion Racing will be in position number 13, meaning LMP2 finds itself in position. LMP3 with Stephen Koenig.
Well, we got Team Heisenfeld sitting in first place, Effect Simulations in second. Rdoks Setup Shop will be starting in third, but don't count out that penalty. Rdoks Setup Shop 162 is around in fourth place. Modus is sitting in fifth. Sixth place is SD Course. Bonkaras in seventh. Eighth place is Team Heisenfeld along. Havu in ninth. 10th place is Echelon SimSport LMP3. As we got two more teams, they'll be rounding out the pack for our LMP3. It's the TSR Racing and Rusty Spatulas will be holding 12th place.
Over then to GT3, which will be their GT3 Pros, will line up with Fast Repair Motorsports and Voracious alongside the Argentine team. 100th Force will go from third with Solpec Precision Racing there in fourth, the team that got warned, as Fast Repair Motorsport and German SimRacing Red will be there in sixth position. Negative Delta by SimGear.it, the Bulgarian-based team, will be in seventh with Nürburgring Esports in eighth. XPD Racing GT3 MX goes from 9th, with GT Dynamics rounding out your top 10 in the 203. We will look over to row 6, where Stint 1 Motorsport SCC are there with Manatee Racing Black. Enosis Esports and Fury SimSport will house row 7 with Team Hoisingveld and Delta Sport Sim Shop 299 in 16th position, leaving Firefly eRacing Red and Hyperion Racing your final two in category. And then over to Stephen with GT3 AM.
To go and round out our 27 cars, it's going to be the Jens Brothers competition in first place. M&J Downforce for Dash, along with Echelon SimSport GT3 AM in third. Fourth place is Mantine Racing Purple, followed by BP Racing 2 in fifth. Sixth place is Mantine Racing White. Mortis M Squad in 7th place. 8th place is the Finnish Endurance Academy, Jens Brothers competition in 9th position for rounding out that row 5. Absolutely incredible to see such a stacked grid. 52 cars will be getting ready to fire up and get going. They're getting a bit of work done on the cars before they can get going, and will be under green shortly.
Yep, and it will be a half pace lap here today rather than the full dedicated pace lap that we sometimes see. So that could play a huge factor behind the BMW iRacing safety car for those in LMP2 and LMP3. We talk about it so often, and especially now with the new dynamics as well in GT, cold tyres around this place is going to be the biggest nightmare to start things off today.
And the understeer is going to be real. Remember, we've got the likes of our Lamborghinis that are going to be on the front row with Marco Monroe, who's out in first place for the Pro GT3s. And that Lamborghini's got an extra 13 kilograms added to it. So cold tires, already a rather heavy car. And before heading into turn one is going to be 1,425 kilograms of weight of cold tires and just a big heavy car to throw into the corner.
It is, and so with a lot of weight to throw into the corners, it's a case of who is the biggest bully out there when they try and work out their positions on track. And they will soon find and navigate themselves into a natural rhythm, but with a live stewarding team, there is always the chance for change to be on the horizon. Safety cars are never a million miles away. It is pure blue sky out there at the moment as we take a little zoom in at the VIP tower there, or Torre VIP as it is known, as they go down into the hairpin. And now clearance has been made for the half a pace lap to get itself started as they will take their launch and run. Someone's decided that, oops, we are supposed to be going now at this point, and has seemingly forgotten off of the front. So that will certainly wake up a number of drivers. Oh, yep, we'll get ourselves going. And that looks like then that was Fast Repair Motorsports and Joel Aguilera there finding out, yeah, I am supposed to be going, and I am supposed to be going up into second position. So that will be a nice quick charge to get themselves back up to pace. But that's the one thing you don't want to be doing, being asleep on the start, and that takes it quite literally.
Unfortunately, not the way you want to kick things off, and now you're just trying to play a little bit of catch-up, but also Lance are putting the tires through a rather quick heat cycle, not really what you want to have at the start of this race, because you want to maximize the time. They've got 90-litre tanks in the LMP2s, and they're going to have to utilize every little bit of it. Now that short little sprint to the safety car has just used an extra litre that might affect you at the end of the race. That 1 litre extra that you need to put in is half a second more in the pits that you don't want to have.
You can see there for the Solpec Precision Racing team how aggressively they're soaring away at the wheel right now, desperate for tyre temperature and looking to get this race sorted here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. The reason why is that they've only got a 21-degree track temperature at the moment. It is bitterly cold here in these clear conditions, and they know how critical it is to get that temperature down as early and as quickly as possible. They know that behind this safety car, this is the last chance that they have to get themselves set. And out of Sagres corner they've gone, and now into Galpi corner to finish off. Down the hill, always changes with the trade winds that you find around here on the gateway to the Mediterranean and outwards towards the Atlantic Ocean. This is where it's great sim racing that comes to life as the pace car dives down in. It is this, your SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks, now gets itself into position, and we are underway for racing action. A great start by Teemu Mulikangas there for WSR Esports. Gets the launch required down into Primera turn number 1. It's clear through the front three, but already a couple of cars scampering off to the runoff area. Here goes LMP3.
LMP3 off to a great start, and Philip has got the drive to really start opening up against Daniel Harris holding second place. Agilos lying in third, but you can see all the cars battling to slow down as our GT3s go underway. This is the biggest field, and everyone fighting for their pieces of parts of the track.
Oh, they absolutely are, and there's all sorts going on, but Marco Aguilera Moreno in the Lamborghini has done everything it needed to off of the start. A little bit of too-wide scrapping, then bringing itself through as the likes of 100 Force keep themselves in. Solpec 262, Dominic Olivier then sitting on the back, looking for a way to get up to 5th position, looking to the outside, trying to get by the Nürburgring Esports outfit there, and isn't going to find any room then on the opening lap to get it done at Torre VIP, climbing up the hill towards turn 7, and then of course the Samsung corner at turn 8. Good lunge there, just a little bit behind that from Eric Galvez, who moves up and takes a place despite going -2 off the start. Also, you've got to keep an eye on Velin Vitanov, who is in there for the AMG Mercedes, because that is Galvez turned around, and a very dramatic moment at the start of this race.
Unfortunately clipped by one of our BMWs, and that looks to be Fran Libra of the XPD Racing. Got it out of shape, and unfortunately catching out one of the Lambos. I mean, this is always a tough time as you fight for position, 3 wide to look at, and Fran trying to hold on to any position possible, being thrown a little bit down the order, fighting against the Fury Esports team.
Yeah, it's a battle of the lime greens as Miguel Vigo will be administered this penalty on lap 2 for the infringement at the beginning. Gets through on Mika Takala there of the Rusty Spatulas. So gets through on the LMP3 and makes the pass without too much of hesitation there. The JS in the LMP3 standing for Joe Schlesser, one of the great friends of Guy Ligier, who created these cars and said, this is what we're all about, diving down the hill, then over to Torre VIP once again. But it's about holding station, and Jack Smith for Fury is not giving this up against Team Hoisingveld at the moment.
Jack is hoping to keep that Ferrari 296 on the power. Doesn't quite have the straight line over the BMWs, but definitely under cornering. Can go a little bit deeper on the brakes. But Team Heisenfeld got it on the inside, got on the gas, sweeps across the nose and says, not a chance, buddy. You're going to have to sit behind me for a little bit longer. This is where you've got to start asking yourself, is it worth going on the attack right now? Or start utilizing the tow, start working with the competition to close the train back up and focus on a little bit longer in the race. You've got 4 hours of racing versus 10-minute sprints.
You certainly do. Sandro Marsani then for Firefly E-Racing Red, 11th position as Havu set the first fastest lap then of the race, a 1:36.4 from 5th position. So they are certainly finding some good pace early on, and they are liking to use it. The train forming around at turn number 12, leading over to Sagres Corner here, the next right-hander at turn 13. In comes Absolute Motorsport Acelit, so they've obviously run into troubles early and will dive down in. Either that or it's a strategy call. So a lot going through. Francesco Petelin in behind, and there is Moritz Runk then for TSR Racing, 8th position at the moment. On the chase, I believe there is behind, so still trying to hold that place as it's slightly defensive, heading down into Torre VIP.
Well, we got 2 cars under investigation. Car 299 for a start infringement and 214 with a start infringement that Race Control is taking a look at. And if it's the case, it's going to be a drive-through penalty for the 2, and that is not how you want to be starting your 4-hour as well. As you take a look at Jolt trying to keep a little bit of power down. The Fast Repair Motorsport getting to grips with the Dallara LMP2 quite quickly. Falls back into 7th position, and now needing to think about what is going to be the strategy call to move up into 6th place, or is it going to be hold station for now, as Eric Tosh will keep the pressure on.
Eric Trush then will sit and keep 8th place for now, but will be trying to jump up as now German SimRacing.de look to hunt back down Timu Milikangas there, who is up there at the front, and Milikangas will be holding that station, knowing that there is not quite clearance. Looking then from the rear clip, that Dallara P217 through at Lagos, turn 3, then uphill, the right of turn 4. It plateaus on the exit, so you can't be too eager onto the noisy pedal, and now this is where you need to be deploying that hybrid and realizing, okay, now I can start thinking about those attacks. Just 100 meters too short is the straight down into Torre VIP, and then back up the hill you start thinking about, over to 7. Then you've got turn number 8 that comes immediately after this right here of Samsung, and then you're up at the highest crest of the circuit, leaning over towards turn 9, immortalized after the motorbike rider who lost his life here, Craig Jones.
And I'm taking a look, we have got under investigation for our LMP3 field, Eric Rojas in the 180 car is being taken a look at for a possible infringement for contact. So we're just going to keep an eye on that. But a couple of drivers are already starting to get the magnifying glass put on them, and not how they want to start their race. For Eric, he's holding our 4th place for the LMP3 field. Not really where he wants to be. But with our LMP2s now following line astern, it's all about keeping the toe, and this is where drivers are going to start utilizing a little bit of lift and coast when you're in a train like this.
Yeah, and there's more, because you get to the back of that, and with car 4, right now, and Sam Shreves for Hyperion, this is where you start thinking about, okay, settle into the rhythm, get yourself situated, because this is going to be a long race. You're not going to find yourself winning this race from the drop of the flag. You know, you get some drivers who can pull out 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds just by breathing correctly. But you will find that when you're in the midfield, you're looking for a little bit of fortune somewhere along the line, giving yourself as many tools as possible to be adaptable in endurance racing. That's how you're going to make it happen.
And it's all about pushing a little bit more now. Definitely the team are going to be looking at the strategy calls here, saying, all right, let's work on getting your optimum lap times to ensure they can hit a target base lap time for the rest of the drivers, to work out their fuel usages, to work out the plan. But Absolute Motorsports, Acelith still sitting in pit lane, along with Moridus sitting in pit lane as well. So we've got a couple of cars that just didn't have the start that they want, haven't even got to the first 10 minutes of the race and getting some work done to the cars, and will be going and thinking, what's the game plan here?
Yeah, they'll be in trouble, and you may have seen it as well on our timing tower, just on the right next to their names. If you've got purple next to your name, you've got the fastest lap of the entire race. If there's a bit of orange, as Velin Vitanov will see diving down the inside, the team Huisingveld machine that will jump on through and take the place away. That was a very, very nice pass that was put in there by, I believe, Rehan. Sorry, I'll correct myself there. Rehan Hakim. So that was going to always be a case of where are you going to find the changes out on track. But you will see that if you've got orange next to your name, that means you've got the meatball, the black and orange flag that you have to come into the pits. And already we are into the lapping process. Let's take a look. This is Eric Galvez then, opening lap of the race for fast repair. So that Huracan dives down the inside, gets good launch. So there's already contact that goes through from the Excite, from the car there behind. But that just shows you how aggressive everyone is on the opening section. Just 2 transfer corners of 80 and 100 degrees and big slides all around the order.
Well, also, we've got to talk about Miguel Vergo sitting down in the GT3 field. He's lost in the LMP3s. He's trying to cut his way back through the field to rejoin the front pack. So this is no blue flag. This is fighting for position and not exactly where you want it to be. For Miguel and the team, this is crucial not to pick up any damage to the car and focus on the long, hard drive.
Well, Fury Simsport are deciding they want to get on the noisy pedal. Jack Smith wants a turn at Velinov here and trying to work out whether that's going to be alert, it's going to be immediate, or there are going to be bigger fish to fry. As far as this goes, Turner Schroll has the best seat in the house on this. Fury can't get the pass done that they want to, so it is once again a case of holding station at the moment for Negative Delta, as that for Velin Vitanov is just enough to keep it in play. Up over the crest, and Turner Schroll can watch, but finds that in a car like the AMG Mercedes, it's one of the few cars that needs the help of the balance of performance which was put together by TFR Lab.
Sitting with a 142.57, he's actually a bit quicker than the likes of Jack Smith, who ran a 142.9, getting trapped in a fight at the moment, not helping the cause. And this is going to be a bit of a call for Hyperion Racing to really just sit and focus. You got the lap times to work out in your favor. Just keep applying the pressure and wait for that opening opportunity for Jack Smith to just lose the rear a little bit, as we do see Dario Frattini getting his way around. He's got Eric Rojas going and trying to make up some ground in 5th place at the moment. The LMP3s not having an easy time here as the sun starts to rise. We're expecting to get up to 25 degrees out on the circuit here today, and that is going to play into how your tires are going to cope.
Yeah, because they are in the coolest conditions. The least heat will go through as Moritz Runk will now figure out whether there is going to be a way up to 7th place going through turn 9 and up the hill to Portimao corner here at turn number 10. Blind entry apex. You basically crest table mountain and drop back down the hill again off the other side. It's very much like having yourself a case of a Tony Hawk skating competition by comparison when you hit that section of road. But that's going to be where we see some of the challenges. Biggest gaps, though, in terms of category right now. Jens Brothers Competition 321 out to a 7.5-second lead over Echelon SimSport GT3 AM. And then Team Huizenwälder there. And Velin Vitanov has lost the place then through 7 and 8. Will attack back up the hill in towards turn 9. 3 wide at Portimao corner. Fury will look around the outside with Jack Smith. Jack's not going to give this up. Tries to get an angle to the inside. Room given there by the SimGear team. And then the launch down the inside comes along from Hyperion. You've got the recovering their car that's trying to work a way back through that we saw earlier on in the race, had to spin there in the Lamborghini. So you've got even more to keep in mind at the moment. It's Velin Vitanov going the wrong way.
Not where he wants to be, and Turner Scholl keeping the pressure from the Breda, as you said, going and trying to make up some time. Lost out 8 positions total, 6 in class. I mean, this is just not turning into a good race start for him. But Fran's going to really keep the pressure on to try and figure out what's going to be the best move forward, as he will be focusing on the charge.
There is the Delta Sports Sim Shop 299 of Rehan Hakim, which is being hunted down as things currently stand from the likes of those in Team Huizenwälder colours. Up over the top of the crest and back down the hill again and continuing on that charge. So Rehan Hakim doing a good job in 11th position. A little bit of a gap to the top 10, but that's where it's getting busy behind. XBD are there. Turner Schroll losing out, trying to get by, but every single time you go to a battle like this, you're starting to think, what's the short term, what's the medium term, what's the long term? Turner Schroll and Hyperion are a team that should know what the long term looks like.
It's always a tough race indeed for the drivers. Turner Scholl just applying enough pressure on at the moment to figure out what is the game plan. At the same time, can start to lift and coast behind the BMW. Turner Scholl, who's gone a little bit backwards here, has also got the advantage to just focus on the gap. Where does he need to get on the power and how far he's going to move? And take a look over to our penalty sheet. It is some huge times for race control. They're taking a look at a variety of incidents. One of the cars that is getting a big look for a major contact responsibility is the car number 170 at the moment.
Yep, so that won't be good for that team, which will sit itself down and say, I didn't want to be caught on that. That would be the Maradnas team, who are down in the pit. So that's the team of Alec Bergstrom and Adam Brockway that will find themselves in the wrong place. Now, I would keep an eye out on your race lead in GT3 Pro, as there's your overall leader, Teemu Mulikangas, who is there now having to navigate traffic for the first time with an 0.8 of a second gap over German SimRacing.de, lunges down the inside of one of the Mustangs there and comfortably gets through without any troubles. I keep an eye between Fast Repair and Voracious. That gap of 0.3 of a second will be the last of the GT3s that the likes of your leader here will have to try and get through. Now, every car is a can I jump through at the same time. There is Fabrizio Belziti right now, trying to figure out whether Marco Aguilera Moreno is going to be able to hold. A look from the rear then, as on the brakes into turn number 12 they go. Sagres corner can be a lunging opportunity, but the AMG Mercedes can't work away around the Lamborghini just yet.
Just getting a note, unfortunately, Eric Ronghurst, who we were talking about in the 180 car, the Brontosaurus team, unfortunately getting a 60-second stop-go chucked onto them for major contact responsibility. There's also a drive-through for the 299 car after a bit of contact for start infringement. Not where you want to be, but considering the front pack now starting to see that the infringements are starting to come into play, you got to be able to keep it all together. Some great racing. Marco very defensive line, slowing it down on the apex to ensure he holds that top end.
Yeah, and he's just trying to do everything he can at the moment, can Marco Aguilera. You saw it at Primera Corner, that he was able to just extend out better. He's slightly better as well on the brakes. It looks like going down into Torre VIP, as that was a very well-held line in, just a little bit later in, but maybe a little bit more aggressive on the brake pedals. It's worth keeping in mind that those tyres will wear slightly more the way that goes about, but chasing back up over the top of the hill and getting yourself early track position is a great thing when it comes to endurance racing. Not the be-all and end-all, though, by the end of the race, because a lot can happen over the course of this, but they've done well to build a 2-second gap over to 100 Force, who are there in third.
Voracious is just focusing on keep it going the whole way through. Don't worry about any problems. They do, however, get a warning for a start infringement. So it's all about now. Let's just keep it all together. We're holding second. We're holding course. We have got the stewards just peering to our car a little bit. For Fabrizio, though, he needs to just concentrate. Bleed off the brakes a little bit early. Get that rear to rotate underneath them. Mercedes is quite handy with that, as our LMP3 starting to try and close up. Will be overtaking third place of the GT3s, and then we'll be seeing the fighting duo up ahead.
There's the confirmation on the bottom of your screen that the stop and hold is there for the 180 team out there. So they've got 60 seconds in the back pocket that they are going to have to wait on pit lane. That's the Boncasaurs team then of Eric Rohus, who we've been keeping the focus on. And I'm sure that Remy Talens will not be best pleased with the way that that will go down. The team manager there, knowing that they are on the back foot immediately. Getting busy over a little bit further down. This is Alberto Garcia Blasco in the number 33 XPD Racing LMP2 MX. Right in the middle, there's Eric Trush for Nürburgring Esports, and you're starting to think that this three-car group either is going to break apart through the traffic, or if it stays like this, it's going to get very, very aggro. On the brakes they go, no looks offered.
Absolutely, just keeping it together, and this is where it starts getting a little bit worrisome for the drivers, as this is the first time they're getting through the field. They're having to overtake in anger. This is the first time that everyone's just trying to work their way through. So you've got to take your time as an LMP2 to not make any lunges. Remember, moving a GT3 offline means they're going to understeer, and it's very, very risky to put them on a very tight line that may turn into you, as Eric getting very late on the brakes, got right into the back.
Now, the GT3s have a very interesting play compared to the LMP3s out there. The LMP2s are able to carry that speed through the higher speed corners. There's a lot of stop-start, though, here at Portimao, so we don't see as much of a big advantage as we do at other tracks. So I think you're really getting a sense of what makes this car work and what doesn't. And as we followed with Eric Trush around the lap, we saw with some of the GT3s there how much of a line that he was having to be forced. Pinched at turn 9, long road around the outside at turn 10, flashing the lights desperately to get the clearance into Primera at turn number 1, and has to cover the line. Dominic Hurl for Firefly E-Racing Silver under pressure into turn number 1. Not going to get much help there with the much quicker lateral mechanical grip that's being found in play by the likes of that Mustang.
Dominic Hurl actually had to come off the gas behind the Fury Sim Sport number 30 car and lost out a lot of time into turn 2, and having now to try and rip that time back. I mean, this is always the problem. If you're going in a little too hot and your competition's a bit slower, a simple lift can compromise you, as we did see the Ford Mustang carrying a lot of momentum around the corner to be able to keep going. And this is also where a bit of aero wash becomes a bit of an issue for the more high aerodynamic vehicles like the LMP2s. You will feel that you get bumped around quite a bit.
Alberto Garcia Blasco then in the middle of this and trying to find a little bit of an avenue, because Trush is looking every which way hungry to find a pass, running through turn 11, then the immediate switch back then of turn 12. Trush going to try the long way around, which is going to get bullied around the outside then by the GT3, which can command the line out there on track and does a great job. So Garcia Blasco has the chance to break away as he just disappears under that crest of the circuit there that you see, that raised gravel area. But Trush hasn't really lost too much ground for it, though. It's just lost the opportunity into the opening corner. So I wouldn't say that was a job that was badly done. I thought that was still a very good move. And speaking of moves, the Harvey team now up to 4th place.
Just gotta keep it consistent. You gotta keep it going as each of the classes work with one another. Tomu having a great time out there, hoping just to keep the momentum, keep the car alive, and focus on the drive as Sam Shivers for the Hyperion Racing stuck on the outside, heading into the hairpin. Gonna go out a little bit wide, and gotta be careful of those track limits as well. Nearly going and incurring. They're only allowed 50 incident points before they get the first drive through, and then it's every 25 after that. And you might think that's, well, it's a lot, but every time you go off track, there's 1x. If you get it sideways, 2x. Any contact is 4x, and that racks up awfully quickly and can end your race far quicker than you can think about. We are getting reports, however, the 329 car with Spencer Ritzma going and unfortunately getting a stop hold 90 seconds for colliding with the 311 car and causing terminal damage to the car as well. So unfortunately, the 311 going and having a nightmare start to the race, and that's the MJ downforce for Dash with terminal damage to kick off their start to the race.
Spencer Reitzma will be pretty much held bang to rights with that, as Graham Sanders here for Solpec Precision Racing, the number 62, eyeing up the back of the German SimRacing.de 67 in front. This for 2nd position overall at this moment, and figuring out, okay, with a little bit of traffic in front, where am I finding the angle? Wide line taken into the middle of the corner, really battling there on the exit, and this might be the pick there going through the Sim Gear car. Does that open up the opportunity then? Here it's heavily defended at turn 7, at turn 8. Oh, there was a thought by Graham Sanders, thinking turn 8 might be my place. I open up and pull Solpec up to 2nd. German Sim Racing hold themselves right now, but now every corner has to be monitored. Here, just heading over towards the 1/8 stage of this race in the next 5 minutes. Graham Sanders is waking up to the knowledge that he wants to be Mr. Pressure.
And Graham Sanders not wanting to get caught behind the GT3s and get boxed in yet again. Holding and fighting the SD Corsa. Just really also wants to try and make a move. I mean, this is great to see. Solpec Precision Racing fighting against German Sim Racing DE. That's just finding the right line. Putting himself, making sure the GT3s are actually boxing in to hold his position. And the Solpec team are going to be thinking, all right, let's start trying to give you a bit of information on what's ahead with the battles that are going on ahead, and see if maybe you can go and box in the German Sim Racing team.
Well, look at what it's done over a lap. Just a tiny bit of pressure here from Graham Sanders, and a 2-second gap is now a 3-second gap at the front of this field. Running out of turn 4, up and over the top of the crest, and trying to get that line sorted in at turn 5. It's again a little late on the brakes there from the likes of Bitman, which means that for Graham Sanders is not much that you can do in terms of this scrap, and you can see where the drivers are at the moment, as we've got the likes of the 164 of LMP3 diving down into the pits from what we believe is the race lead. So we've got changes going about everywhere, and we do note that LMP3s are going to be a little bit fuel thirsty with that 75% fuel tank. Oh, here's the look down the inside. Look at that. Just had a big bundle of oversteer through the middle of the corner.
Was absolutely hoping to get the pass, but now also into a fighting duo of the GT3. Graham Sanders keeping a very tight line, not wanting to go out too wide. Looks to the inside of the Mustang, dives for it, hoping to just get past the German Sim Racing DE team. Unfortunately, not getting the drive on the exit, but really doing everything possible to hang on the back, utilize any advantage, runs out a bit wide, utilize a little bit of slipstream. Is it going to be enough into turn 1? Graham Sanders has the chance here. Gaining. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be Graham this time round, but lines up to possibly box in the German sim racing team behind the GT3s as he runs out a little bit wide. Graham Saunders a little tighter this time.
Yeah, and those are your leaders. Fabrizio Belziti looking for any way to go through and make that pass for the race leader GT3 Pro. So this is where you're starting to sense two battles same place. Marco Aguilera realises he'll get the better of it if he starts holding them up behind, because that gives him a car length of advantage. So that gives a huge amount out there as we take a little look. Top right of your screen shows you that as they go through. Marco Aguilera, the onboard look, now gives himself about half a second, 0.3 of a second's worth of look going on by. No changes between German SimRacing.de and Solpec, but now it's straight up between those two drivers as they go through, and there will just be more and more of the LMP2 category that will be just waiting to try and burst their way through the likes of the leaders of GT3 Pro.
And for the likes of Marco, the Fast Repair Motorsport will be taking a look and saying, all right, we got to keep going. We're thinking about the major strategies here. Also, not going to be caught out. We're not under too much pressure at the moment, because we've got to remember that the 214 was getting taken a look at by the stewards and just got a little bit of a finger waggle of, listen, don't get too clever here.
Here we go.
Graham Saunders going around for the inside. He's got the drive, and that is exactly what he needed to get past. Now, let's see how the Solpec Precision Racing team will do, having pressure put back on them versus the other way around.
Yeah, that's certainly a case of waiting for your time, waiting. Graham Saunders using that experience to go, I don't have to do it straight away here on Bitman. It's a case of I will make that move happen now and at the time where I say it needs to be done. So Solpec move themselves up into second position, and they'll look around and see German Sim Racing have had to be shuffled on back one more. So that was important there at about half an hour's distance. SD Corsa now in control of LMP3 with Rdoks set up in second and Team Hoisingveld now in third position. So they're starting to make those moves there and making themselves all known, but at least right now it's about calm, and there is that battle that once again gets interrupted by some of the lapping cars that try and work their way through. That'll be Harbu making their progress through in fourth position and trying to build a gap away from the Jens Brothers Competition Zero that's there. But Belziti, every time that gap opens, that gap is just clawed back closed again.
And so far, I mean, lap time, he's just narrowly off, doing a 142.14 last time around. Marco sitting with a 142 dead. So it's just so narrow between them, but it's all about the crucial drive out of the final corner. We saw the swap in the LMP2s. Let's see if it's going to happen for the GT3s. And it looks like Fabrizio going to have a great drive for the outside line. Sweeps across a little bit of contact. Oh,
wow. You just don't make that sort of contact and survive. And look at that. The picks there for the inside in towards turn 3. They'll make more contact. There goes the front, just completely caving off of Fabrizio Belziti. And the race lead is there, but the elbows will be out. There will be no armistice between those two teams. And Marco Aguilera, I think, is not going to sit back and take that one lightly. Has to back out of it down at Torre VIP. My, oh my, are we in for a treat at the front of GT3 Pro? Voracious, getting very hungry and taking the lead away by force.
Well, Voracious is going to get a little bit of repair work on the car for the pit stop, and that's going to be just a couple of seconds to try and get that nose put back on. But I wouldn't say that's one way to get DRS or to do advanced cooling on a Mercedes. Having that front break off means that you have just lost that little bit of pressure on the nose, which the Mercedes really does need to keep going. And this is going to make things a little bit trickier for the driver, and also wear down those tires a little bit more as you start to feel a bit more of a scrub coming in. And I wonder, has it got just a fraction of suspension damage there as well that can just take that little bit of confidence out of the car? Well, taking a look at the Voracious team, absolutely opening up the gap.
Well, here's the thing they've got to remember right now. If they do have any damage, what that will do, losing the front bumper like that here, Stephen, is affect their fuel numbers.
Yeah, that's when you go back to, you had plan A before the green flag. You threw that in the bin. You're on to plan B. Right now, they're heading into plan D and trying to figure out what's going to be the next plan. Take a look at the GT3s around the LMP2s. And this is one thing that the drivers are going to be so cognizant of. The GT3s can be amazing on the brakes compared to the prototypes, and can also land up getting fouled up under braking as the Ferocious team trying to desperately hold on to that first place. However, it is going to be likes of Marco keeping the pressure on, has the straight line advantage, but needs to get a little bit more hungry to put nose of that Lamborghini in to get the pass.
That Lamborghini, of course, has an Audi engine underneath it. It is an all-Italian car, but it very much has German power inside it, up against the AMG Mercedes Evo that is there in front. And that, of course, with all of the power of the AMG tuning brand in play to try and help it out. Belziti here, then just gaining a little bit, enough to try and gain that room, get enough sorted along this section, but they will have to keep in mind that they can't fight too hard behind because they've got Maynard there in third position at 1.6 seconds, and that will just open up a new can of worms every time that they go down through into these corners. That next group, you've got Jeremy Baumet there as well for Nürburgring Esports, and there's a big accident that just about avoids some trouble there. 100 force and Nicholas Maynard end up getting caught with that, and a massive amount of weaving. If he doesn't get that sorted and stopped because he's got hefty damage, I think that might bring out a safety car if they're not careful.
And I honestly think it might do it. He can try and get the car off the racing line, off to the tar on the left-hand side. If it's close enough to the barrier for the exit, they will be able to request a tow, and he has. So that is going to be making sure the safety car doesn't come out. Very clever driving for the team. However, that is some serious damage, and just a tow to the pits is going 2 to 3 minutes long, and we are getting a start infringement for a drive-through for the 177 car.
Yep, so that 177 isn't going to be pleased either. That drive-through penalties for effect simulations, and that is the team that will have over the course of this season Daniel Harris, Colin Hopkins, James Ebram, and Chad Peterson there. So Paul Busby, the manager, won't be happy seeing that go wrong. They're in 11th place at the moment. They'll be a bit further back from 11th from that, but what a massive moment on the front stretch. And we talk about issues at Galpy corner on the exit. It's just at the point where cars that are quicker now start to find their pace, and that's sometimes where you see a massive chain reaction occur as we watch your leader of LMP3, SD Corsa, and Dario Frattini.
You're just talking about the likes of Daniel starting to make up that little bit of time in the GT3 field. Unfortunately, just all going wrong and not really under his control. I was just taking a look at what would be the start infringement, and it was for fully leaves the start corridor before the line. So just getting a little bit of a jump start. Unfortunately, a drive-through penalty for the team, and that is going to be a little bit of a costly time because it just lands up impacting the race a little bit further down the line. That's when you're wishing for a safety car to just try and help you out a little bit later on. Unfortunately, can't serve your penalties under safety car. You're going to have to wait.
Certainly will. There's no way about Teemu Mulikangas at the moment for WSR Esports. It's a margin of 5 seconds now here at the front of the field over Solpec, and the job being done brilliantly early on. Build a gap, develop from that gap, and try and get through. Looks like GT3 Pro looking quite busy at the moment for pit lane by the sounds of things. I'm not too sure on that, so it looks like that's not the case. But for Mulikangas here, this is a very nice start to the race at the moment, knowing that pit window for these cars isn't a million miles away.
I also want to just touch on that the German SimRacing DE team still hold the fastest lap time of the race in the LMP2 field, despite being in such a big brawl. Let's take a look. This is Nicholas Maynard, who's down into 18th at current, but take a look. Oh, just a little bit of contact with the understeer and lands up major damage to the car, suspension in the front and rear taking the impact, just battling to keep it all in check in the field, leaving a very wide line so they don't get involved in the incident as well. Unfortunately, there's 2 cars that are going to be needing some repair work, and the team are going to be getting those jacks ready to start investigating the cars.
Well, the issue you had there with the XPD LMP2 was that it just wasn't going to hold its line right to the outside. It's the responsibility of the quicker car to get the pass, and that just didn't work. Another Mercedes then, Enosis Esports, then and Ivan Aguado looking to try and get close here to making a pass to move up into the top 5. So this will be an important pass to go and get sorted. We're climbing up the hill, looking for a way past one of the Aston Martins out there. Now, we haven't seen too much of the Aston Martin so far, but it is great to see the Aston Martins out there and running as the new car brought into iRacing's package over the course of the last build.
I always say I love seeing the front engines coming in. Fell in love with the Chevrolet GT1 and GT3, the ZR6, but to have the Aston Martins is just a refreshing sight to see. However, also utilizing a Mercedes motor in them, the AMRs, going and using a bit of Mercedes power. So it's interesting to see how they able to get into the fight and where they're able to move through. We only got 3 Aston Martins in the series, but we take a look to our LMP3 battle as TSR Racing trying to gain a position here, looks for the inside line and just not getting the drive. I've got to just point out the LMP3s, the Ligiers, just look so stunning on the front compared to the Dallara P217s. Yes, they are a little bit more modern, but I am so sad they're going to be getting rid of these V8 motors. They just sound amazing.
They absolutely do, and Moritz Runk is trying his best to get the car to go and do what it does best, and that is to try and find that pass and get everything sorted there. So for the moment, it is as you were with the group right now, and TSR Racing are looking for anything they can and trying what they can. Callum Looks doing a great job in the 321 Jens Brothers competition car, already to a 20-second advantage in category. That is what we call a dominating start inside 40 minutes.
And for one of the most newest cars coming to the iRacing platform that's had the least amount of work done to it compared to its GT3 competitors, is always an amazing sight to see. So the Jens Brothers competition have managed to find the sweet spot there, putting 2 cars on the grid for the GT3s, but Callum Looks going to be pushing as hard as he can as we've now getting a little bit closer. We're getting closer to the 3 hours to go. The first hour would be completed in 21 minutes. The question is, how many of these drivers are going to be going in for a double stint, or are they going to be jumping out and moving forward? We are getting reports, so stop go 32nd for car 25 for contact.
That is going to change things a lot up at the top. That is the Harvu team of Teemu Korhonen and Ossi Peltola. So they are going to be dropping well down the order with those 30 seconds that will add on. And remember, it's not just 30 seconds, it's 30 seconds and the transit time down the pit and getting back up to speed again. In reality, that's a 50-second penalty.
I mean, that is just devastating for the Harvu team that's been putting in some seriously good times in practice and in qualifying. As we take a look to Jack Wilkins, he is currently keeping the pressure on. Unfortunately, lost out a position here, and the Australian hoping to try and get it back. So a bit of a change for our LMP3 field, as Jack Wilkins now needs to put on the charge and really start focusing on what he has to do to be at the sharp end of the field and catching up to the likes of Moritz Ronk, who's just ahead of him.
Yep, so now moving over hard to the pit wall, back over to the left-hand side. So that then for Jack Wilkins is a case of, can I just pick up that run for Echelon? Answer's no, and so it is still a case of, can I find an opportunity? Still the answer, no at turn 3, but every single car in the line is certainly going to be offering that bit of help there. So they will have to keep their eyes peeled on where they want to be, and on top speed, they're very similar, LMP3 to GT3, and so in the corners, you're really fighting for it. That's a massive kick of tail, though, from Jack. down at the hairpin. It really does bottom out as you go through that section, and Jack finds out the tough way that kicking the tail does not often mean it's the quickest.
And now got the WSR esports team on the tail, trying to figure out how to get past. That's the leader of the LMP2s. That's going to be focusing on what he needs to get round. But unfortunately, Jack Wilkins, who is the same pace as the McLaren ahead of him, tries to go for the inside line. And not really what you want to be for the Marauders team, as the McLaren gets the worst stop. There is Timu Koran, who is for the Harvu team, getting their stop-go sorted out and back out onto the circuit, and not really want to be down the order. Going to be having to refocus and push forward.
Yeah, so focus now needed after the penalty comes into play, and it's never going to stop. And it comes to this opening hour and racing action, and you can see they're just behind. Nürburgring Esports have managed to pull themselves onto the back of this group in third place. So that Mustang hunting down the Lamborghini and the Mercedes at the front, and suddenly it's 3 manufacturers and 3 different teams that are battling it here for GT3 Pro. Up the hill, Jeremy Baumet having a great run when it comes to this opening stint. Look at this from a wonderful side of the helmet view, down the hill through turn number 10 into 11 and now 12. Here, this left-hander, really, there's no fight in the car. There's a tiny bit of traction control available to these drivers, but you don't want to be burning up too much of it, because as we know, with those tools like traction control, they limit the throttle ability on the exits.
And it's definitely just an absolute pain, because you can also, if the traction control's a little too high and you get sideways, you get into this slow, terrible nightmare. It just feels like you hold on and wait for the car to get grip and allow you to go racing. And especially with the Mustang at the moment, when you put a lot of power down, it's just lands up waiting. It only kicks in for the higher revs. It doesn't really have the low ground torque that it needs to get onto the back of a V10 Lamborghini up ahead.
Yep, so if you find yourself wrong place, wrong time, it's going to be a tough day for you if it all starts going wrong. But for the moment, Jeremy Baumer is doing everything right, just holding himself steady, watching those 2 in front and saying, I don't have to do anything too dramatic in the early phase of this race. I know how difficult racing like this is going to be. The only way that we're going to get this to work is if everybody just sits down and says, this is what I am capable of doing. And speaking of those who are trying to be capable, I think we've got some leaders down in and thinking it's pit time. Jens Brothers competition now find themselves in a place where they are out there. So Mulikangas then down in the pits, and I'm not expecting a driver change from anybody in LMP2. I'm expecting them 2 stints each.
And something to also go and point out, take a look when we're on board with the cars, look at the rev lights on the top. Generally, when you're going and racing, you're going until it's all blue on the top. That means that you're at the optimum revs to change gears. Many of the drivers opting to go just a little bit under that to try and save fuel. So there's lifting coast, there's short shifting. Anything that you can do to save that extra liter of fuel, that extra lap, that may help out during the pit stops. I am, however, really impressed for the Voracious team. The 214 still holding first place. Fast Repair Motorsport just not finding any way to get by. And Nürburgring Esports now going to be utilizing a little bit of traffic with the LMP3s coming through. Keep the tow, let them be the wrecking ball for you, and to get going, as we do have a change in the TSR racing. We got Janus Tupe climbing into the car and now taking the fight to the sharp end of the field and wanting to get past the Echelon Motorsport car. I've got to say, these 2 teams, the TSR and Echelon, have always been an endurance fighting duo in iRacing. It's good to see them out there on the circuit, really seeing what they can do in the LMP3 for 2025-2026 in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks.
Well, Johannes Trauper will be looking for a way through on Jack Wilkins and to try and get back through. Now, this is a difference between a driver who has been in the car and has understood it for a stint compared to someone who's not. And we got yellow flags out, which means we are in a safety car period So that will bring things to a little bit of a slow as they go about. So suddenly neutralize the field just on the course of the hour here, or just on the course of pit stop. That will change a lot. So the next question is, who's found themselves in trouble?
Safe. So now this is going to be interesting. The overall leader can go to 150 kph. Pit entry is closed for everyone to now catch up. So the pressure comes on of who can hold the pace, who's actually gone for that pit stop early on. Remember, we saw quite a few cars in the pit lane trying to get themselves sorted, who's got the advantage. But if you've focused on getting that extra lap in, this is a moment that you start sweating, because suddenly pit lane is closed. You're going to have to lift and coast and wait for a time. If you had to pit now, well, you're in for a penalty by the iRacing service for a problem. So not really what you want to have, and always a risky time. Gotta say, I love safety car, but man, if you want to talk about throwing a spanner in the works, this is the best way to do it.
We'll take a look. This is Alex DeMarco, the Maradness M Squad 370, and this might be the reason why, heading through turn two. Oh, straight across the middle of the road, nowhere to go. A massive hit that puts the car slow, and then that might be the reason why that's done. So having to enter the pits, no choice for Kimon Sapini, the Jens Brothers competition. This was right at the end of the LMP2 pit window, so has to dive into the pits, so they will have an end of line. I look around at the likes of Dylan Bittman, for example, at the moment for German SimRacing.de. They got the pit stop at just the right time, pitted just before the yellow came out. No issues when it comes to getting themselves into this safety car period.
Oh man, the impact and the sudden stop, just think of how much damage that car can incur on the front suspension. And also, remember, that is a 4X for both teams that may push them over the drive-through mark as well. So the drivers are also going to be thinking about that during the course of the race, because 50 incident points is a drive-through. And when you land up having nowhere to go, well, you just landed up with a 4X and damage. But it is all calm, cool, and collected for the WSR esports car, as we've got likes of Mulukangas just keeping an easy time. But unfortunately, that 4-second gap you had to Sanders is suddenly now going to be a lot shorter.
It is, and especially when you saw that incident there, that's one of the GT3 AMs that ends up with nowhere to go, and that's actually a massive learning experience when you see an issue like that out there on circuit there, Stephen, because often you are told, hold your brakes when you have an incident, and when a car holds its brakes, it's got two places it can go. Either it follows the natural track, or it starts to switch back on itself and come back from whence it came. And you need the experience to know where the car's going to go, if it's going to go right or if it's going to go left, to make that decision to avoid the incident.
So close your eyes, hold your breath, and hope that you miss is going to be the best option on that one.
You are absolutely right on it, and that is why choosing wrong is always the wrong decision. But it now brings the field back into line, and because Mulukangas is the leader of category, effectively everyone in front now of Teemu Mulukangas is going to get a free lap here. So they're going to be able to get back onto the same lap, so they'll get waved around the safety car, get themselves back into position, as they will then take the front of the field as Mulukangas and get everybody back into line. It's what we call a long safety car period here, or a SimRacing Republic safety car. They have their own procedures. They don't necessarily follow the iRacing procedures that are there, which only take about 3 to 4 laps and just brings everyone together. This is more of a case when it comes to a safety car period of a long safety car. So we see this in the likes of the Major Series when it came to their endurance championships. We see this in the likes of, say, Ivra Endurance out there, that longer safety cars are reality. And so this will take a little while to bring the field back together. And critically, this will extend out the fuel stints and will extend out driver times out there. So this is going to bring a few little perks and of certain categories into play. There's your leader in GT3 Pro. And just behind that, that's 5th in your LMP3s by the looks of that, in Adrian Dietzel for Team Huysingveld. So that will give you a sense of where everybody is. Everybody to the right, create a slow lane so that the quick lane can work its way forward for those who need to get themselves back. In fact, we will be behind the iRacing BMW pace car out there. But of course, we'll extend that out to 20 laps. We'll take as long as necessary as in comes one to hit the pits.
Now, this is also bringing a little bit of a irritating problem for drivers, because as you wait for the wave bars to go and happen, you're also going to be losing a lot of temperature in your tires. And that is where it goes in. You're landing up putting another heat cycle through it. You're going to start to battle. You're going to start to stress of, okay, hang on, I've got a problem here because there is no way for me to generate heat under safety car crawling around at 50 kilometers an hour. And for the cars like the LMP2s and the LMP3s that need that heat in the tires to be able to utilize any bit of momentum, this is a nightmare scenario for them. No penalties can be served under safety car as well. That is only going to be brought in after the safety car period. I mean, this is all little caveats you got to think about as moving on. But we do have a couple of warnings that have gone out. The 162 with Miguel landing up with a bit of contact. Well, they're having the start infringement. Leaves the corridor a few feet before the line. Got a little bit of a jump start there. And that cost him a bit of time. Fabio Baritz landed out also with a bit of a jump start and got a warning. So many of the drivers getting their first set of warnings will be now on the radio saying, okay, what's happening in the pits? What do I need to do? And focus on the charge. But this is where a team manager that can start working out the plans of, okay, who's climbing into the car? What are we going to do on the restart? How's everything? All the communication comes through between race control and your team managers.
Yeah, and so with SD Corsa currently, the pace setters around, they're 1 lap down overall at the moment, or at the fringes of being 1 lap down. Henry Mackenzie, Friedman at the moment. This will be for them a chance to leapfrog over with Huysingveld, with Harvu, with TSR Racing, who will be very close to them as well. So that brings that one closer. The one category I think that has got the biggest bad luck on that from the opening hour or so's worth of running, 321, the GT3 AM, Jens Brothers competition, because they had a massive gap, did Callum Lux, of over 20 seconds over second in class, and suddenly that's just been wiped out.
This is where, as a driver, you muttering under your breath a little bit of, well, this does help me in terms of saving a bit of fuel, but at the same time, all my hard work, done, dusted, and this is where having your teammates saying, listen, stay calm, you can do it again, just focus on the drive, move forward, it's just don't worry about it, don't think about it. It's always a difficult time, and honestly, being in the driver's seat can either be the most infuriating or the happiest time of your life.
No arguments about that, but I would say at this point, now we're starting to get drivers who are thinking about their position. I'm not shocked to see that all the GT3s are taking this time to jump in to the box. It's very close to their pit stop window. They'll be looking down at the gauges going, we're a little bit flat. And so with pretty much everybody jumping down into the lane right now, this becomes a big pit stop cycle of what can I do? We watch Callum Lux hit the box markers up on the jacks. They'll get fuel, they'll get tyres, and some may even decide to driver change in the middle. So it comes at, I would say, the most chaotic time when you get a safety car period for the pit crews, because everybody's down in and you've got to just make some space.
And remember, they've also got a procedure of when you can go into the box. It's not just you can stick in the fast lane, which is on the left-hand side, and dive straight in. You actually have to gently move yourself into the pit box. It's not your usual style in terms of the iRacing service where you can drive through your competitors. You have to do it like it is in real life, which brings it a bit closer to having a bit more fun. And this is why, I've got to say, the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks is brilliant, and why it's one of the premier endurance racing championships you can jump into, as it brings a lot of real life work into sim racing, and that also gives you a little bit of a confidence boost if you are heading to the racetrack in real life.
Yeah, and that confidence boost will be huge for many of the drivers in and around to say, we can jump through. So it looks like Fabrizio Belziti and Voracious still hold control. Nürburgring Esports then into second position. And so that will give a sense of where everybody now starts to find themselves hanging out. Firefly iRacing Red now up into third position, currently with Sandro Marsani in behind the wheel. So I'd say a slight little shift in terms of some strategy calls out there, like Fast Repair, for example, behind Delta Sports Sim Shop 299 now of Rahan Hakim. So we are getting a few little changes here and there that says, oh, I like to come in, or maybe I won't. But still, we got those LMP3s that will need to work their way around, and once everybody's in line, they find themselves steady. But as far as an opening hour goes, how would you tackle it as the driver, Stephen? You've got 3 hours basically left on the clock. You've cut off a very good chunk of the early part of the race. You haven't had to truly worry about pit cycles or running into the same pit cycle as someone else. Everything's sort of been neutralized. You've had a good hour to go out there and race. You reset effectively. You've got yourself to the end of the first quarter of an NFL game.
Well, this is where you take your breather, and this is where you also relax your shoulders, stretch your hands, you stretch your legs during the course of the race. Also, when you're behind the safety car, start lifting a little bit. Lift off the gas, save as much fuel as you can, especially if you've recently done your pit stops as well. I mean, you're doing 3-minute 35s for your laps behind the safety car. This is a perfect time to gain an extra lap or two to help go on. Also, communicating with the team, saying, all right, this is how the car's feeling. This is the conditions at current. It's already going up in temperature. It's 23 degrees out there. That is a big change since practice where they're running at 20 degrees.
Fabrizio deciding he's going to throw the old Indianapolis dummy. Trying to say, yeah, I'm going to pit. No, I'm not. There to Nürburgring Esports saying, I've got nothing to pit for. I've got no reason to go out there to scrap, to have that sort of angle put in on it. So that's what we call a little bit of gamesmanship out there under the safety car period, because everyone will turn around and go, yeah, I'm pitting. No, I'm not.
And with 32 laps in, that's always a hair-raising moment. This is where you either act or react. And when you start seeing your competition selling you a dummy, you get ready to go, you get excited, and then you get a little bit of a letdown when they don't go into the pits. You're like, come on, we're trying to expect you into it. But it's also clever thinking that comes into play. And many of the drivers are going to be thinking that little bit of strategy of how can they really sell the dummy here? How can they move forward? And honestly, that's great stuff. As getting reports that Echelon SimSport GT3 AM, the 329 car, got a wave around the pace car as they just trying to get the cars into order once again. But the restart, a little bit of an interesting time. You want to get the LMP2s to the front end of the field. They don't want to be starting behind any of the LMP3s or GT3s because they're going to accelerate quickly off the line. But their braking is going to be the big problem here. GT3s have got ABS. They've got traction control. The two prototype classes, a little less than that.
I would also say as well that the likes of Voracious, the likes of your top four in that class, so you got put Nürburgring Esports in that mixture, you got to put there in the play as well, just by the looks of things. Firefly iRacing Red and Delta Sports Sim Shop 299, the only GT3s not to have taken a stop so far in this race. So obviously, they're going to lose the time if this goes back to a green flag pit stop. So it's a free stop for everyone else. They'll lose the time, but they're hoping to gain it back at a different point as Nürburgring Esports now will move themselves over. And they'll do it in such a way, instead of having the entire LMP3 field rush forward, it's a case of they'll drop back. So that will put the LMP2s back through as we watch Kai Hitchler there make progress through. And Sam Shreves there for the number 4 Hyperion Racing.
And got to give it up to Race Control coordinating this entire dance. It's always difficult. Remember, they sitting with 52 teams on the grid and having to coordinate with all the drivers and teams and say, this is what you need to do, this is how you need to move forward. And it's always where Race Control, if anyone has a chance to get involved with Race Control, do it. Get a bit of an understanding of how it all works, how the rules are implemented, how to coordinate drivers. It just makes you a better driver in understanding the advantages and disadvantages. Also gives you a bit of respect for those in the background that without them, you're not going to have some epic action like this.
Graham Sanders then sat comfortably behind the WSR esports car, now has that chance to try and go one-on-one and says, this is the absolute pace that I have. Those lights still flashing on, red and blue of the iRacing colours there. So it's a case of stay calm. Another little look at Teemu Mulakangas, who is there currently in the number 23. It's pretty much a case of, that looks like a driver to me that wants to go racing.
Oh, it's always just, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's frustrating when you're sitting behind a safety car, you're waiting for your opportunity to just really get going. Because you're here to drive, you're here to race, you're here to verse the competition. And at the moment, you're crawling. You're driving so slow.
Now
a couple of cars in, Fabrizi pulling into the pits for the Voracious team. And is this going to be a pit stop? Yes, it is. And I think it's also going to be just what's needed to repair the car after earlier contact. It is a easy time to get the car fixed and get back out on track without too much of a problem. It's going to have some optional repair and mandatory repair done to the front of that car before they get going. But when it's 3 minutes plus a lap, this is just perfect. And you can see already, bodywork put on, couple of seconds, and we'll be heading back out. Where this, in a race, would have been gone for the lead completely.
Yeah, but they've lost all the track position, though, so I don't get why they haven't come in at exactly the same time as everyone else. If they did that, they'd have the opportunity to go through. And in fact, because they're dealing with all of that damage on the front, they might take as long as they can. And now into the car for Nürburgring Esports number 287 as Voracious have a long stop and will find themselves behind now by comparison. It is going to be Arda Muldersu who is going to be in behind the car. So Arda Muldersu, the Turkish driver, will now take control of the 287. Yeah, you're ahead. You're in 13th place, but look at all that track position that you dropped. Now you're going to have to make those 12 places on track. That's what makes it difficult. It might just have been a case that they went, oh, we can pit now? Oh, no, we're okay because the car in front of me isn't.
True, and it's very, very true. But it's also possibly going and adding a little bit of fuel to the car to carry on further. I mean, we're now into some crucial moments because we're just 5 minutes over, well, under the 3 hours. So 2,055 minutes left of this race, still under safety car. You put as much fuel as you can. This is where you're saving just that little bit more. I mean, right now, the drivers have been waiting and waiting. This is an extra 4 to 6 laps easy that they've been going. So far, the leader of our LMP2s is done 33 laps on the circuit. Last lap time behind the safety car was a very, very quick one of a 3 minute 33.1. I mean, geez, it's much better than the last lap of a 3 minute 41.
It is, but if you're seeing all of that time and you're going a minute a lap slower or, 2 minutes a lap slower, as we watch with Aielos Vretos then for the likes of Rdoks Setup Shop 164, yeah, you're going slower. Yeah, you're going to be in a position where there's a little bit more, nuance on it. It will extend your stint out by a lap or two, the fact that we're running under this caution period. But what you're looking at here is, what does this mean long term? How does this open my strategy up? And how far can we take this? And I think that's what you've got to keep in mind as a team. This is a game of counting back. And while you look at, say, iRacing special events, because they don't have safety cars in them, it's a very easy game of counting back. You look at this is not an easy game of counting back, and it never will be.
The other factor to come in, we've got teams that are running 2 drivers, some that are running 3, and some that are running 4. They have to be aware of they need to get all those drivers into the cars during this time. So already starting to generate some heat into the tires to get themselves going as they weave left to right, and not as aggressive as they were on the start of the race. However, they're just trying to get any sort of temperature back into the cars to get going. But as you said, it's easy to count back. Question is, well, you got to hand over to your mates, and if you're 2 drivers, 4 hours, 2 hours each, you're good. 3 drivers, a little bit more difficult. 4 drivers, well, it's an hour each. And someone's going to get the short stick of, well, you got about 30 minutes of your stint. Give it as much as you can, and you don't want to be under as much pressure.
Well, you know, if you've got only 30 minutes to drive, for example, that's easy. You just got to go in, treat it like a sprint, but there will be those out there who don't quite function in that run as Graham Sanders looks to try and get the car working. The other thing to talk about, though, is that this is not a one-driver race. This is not a case where the drivers only have one driver who can jump in the car and can do the whole 4 hours, and the key to that will be that you are going to have to make trades and balances somewhere on the setup.
And this is where it's rather interesting because, well, you built your setup to go long distance at race pace, not sitting behind a safety car for maybe 20 laps at this point. So it's always a rough one to think about, and you've got to be well aware of it. As safety car lights are off, and the drivers are going to be getting ready to go under green very, very shortly.
Currently, they have got themselves on lap number 35 of their race with just under 2 hours and 52 minutes remaining here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Track temperature has jumped up to 24 degrees Celsius over the course of this first hour. So 4 Celsius gain over that time period will certainly put a lot into mind. And now it's a case of how aggressive do you want to be on the restart, because this isn't like it was a 2-file restart on the restarts they go through here, Stephen. This is a single file jump.
This is all about getting the best start you can, and all pressure is going to go to the WSR Esports to carry on the pace and not get caught sleeping. Another one I do want to point out in the rules, it's a iRacing fair share for the drivers. So safety car right now might have just gone and binned out a couple of drivers' strategies of, well, let's do a quarter of a quarter at the moment. It's now, all right, we have to think about that later into the race. But right now, it's going to be go time. And take a look at our leader getting right underneath the safety car. However, second place of our LMP2, Solpic Precision Racing, little further back, giving a little bit of room, just waiting for WSR to get on the gas. They're going to wait for the restart line. All eyes are going to be looking forward. Yep. Graham Sanders waiting for the jump, not weaving left to right, just focusing on when he's going to get on the green. And it looks like away they go. WSR off to a great start. Graham Sanders going defensive in the center line.
Yeah, that was brilliantly done there by Mullikangas, doing everything that was necessary. Keep an eye on the 2 Team Hoising valves, trying to get by SD Corsa and LMP3. Delta Sport, the only team that hasn't stopped in GT3 Pro, will put themselves under pressure. There is Philip Bereswil, who is trying to work away for Team Hoising valve around the outside and isn't going to quite get that to go. Rdoks setup shot. Remember, they had a penalty to start this race. They're now up to 3rd, and Sanders back to 4th. As Nürburgring Esports find themselves through. And now look around, because Solpec are going to find themselves the wrong side of Leipert. Now in the 10 team, Kai Hitchler moving up to 3rd.
And Graham Sanders trying to generate a little bit of heat into those tires, taking a little bit too easy at the moment, as we've now got a little bit of a problem. Graham Sanders for the Solpic Precision Racing team goes once again, holds an inside line, trying to defend. However, stuck on the outside through the right hand, and a mistake up front.
Yeah, and that was the mistake that you see, and that is, I don't quite know, I think it is Eric Trush, yes, Nürburgring Esports, who finds himself dropping down the order to 8th to 9th from 2nd position. So easily done. Portimao corner, there's another little knock up that's gone through the middle that drops some more. So that's going to be dramatic down the order as well. Is that Firefly, who have potentially found themselves in trouble with Stefan Schlarz potentially. Not quite sure there, but that is dramatic to say the least. And now Miguel Vigo up to 2nd position and trying to move Rdoks up the order. Hiechler now looking for what is going to be 3rd and now 2nd, trying to come back for Solpec here. Down the inside at Primera, Timu Kuhanen is not going to have much to say about that. Graham Sanders back to 2nd, but look at the 3 seconds it's given.
I've got to just say a great run for some, however, others just not getting the drive. And just also taking a look at the likes of Sam Scherz, who's a little bit back. The Hyperion Racing was also one of the cars that didn't have too much of a good start, stuck in towards the GT3 pack and having to try and get some bit of momentum as well. So it's always very, very tough on the restarts, especially with the LMP2s, as you just catch a little bit of a slide, you get onto the brakes, and it lands up just brutalizing your run at the moment.
Yeah, this is a tough run, and Skylar Davis here in the middle of this in 7th position. The 203 is going to have to really do some work. Fast Repair have actually done really well in the 202, as they've got themselves exactly where they want to be. German Sim Racing Red finding themselves then in 2nd position, and Manatee Racing Black now up into P3. Davis climbing the top of the hill at Portimao corner, named after the town of Portimao, which is the nearest, I would say, big hub over towards where this circuit is, and sometimes the circuit is known as Portimao rather than as the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve because of that. But GT Dynamics in the middle right now, I would say, great place to start getting strategy into force.
That's certain. We've got to also remember those that do have penalties will start getting the penalties put back onto them. They have to serve under green flag conditions. Fran Labrada getting a great drive. Remember, this is a BMW that got it completely wrong at the start. Now looking to go back up into 4th. The XPD Racing under acceleration, under braking into turn 1, and it already opens up a gap. Well done for the XPD Racing GD3. Very, very brave. But now, can you hold the pace?
Well, that's the question, and Skylar Davis now losing out because there goes Fury around the outside. 237 looking to make that launch and move and get that sorted. Yes, sir, is the attempt, and it's covered. Big defenses down the inside. Skylar's going to throw it for a gap the size of a thimble out there as he tries to get it done. Not going to work there. He needed a needle to get through that thimble. But Dominic Olivier for Solpec Precision Racing now also eyeing up, and a couple of the LMP3s, it looks like, who are out of position, trying to work away through the middle of that one. It looks like Ayelos Bretzos there for Rdoks Setup Shop 164, trying to work away through. There's Fabrizio Belziti, 14th place. A lot of work to do for Voracious to get themselves back to placement.
It's always a frightening one. That's so thinking about now, under safety car conditions, there was a point they could have got that car in the pits and sorted out a lot earlier, but honestly just want to let the fuel run out, as we do have a battle for the LMP2s. This is Carmen Cippini all the way out from Italy for the Jens Brothers competition. LMP2 team taking the fight to the likes of Fury Simsport in currently a great run, as we've got the Rdoks Setup Shop 162. Miguel going and fighting out. Remember, had a drive-through penalty at the start of the race. Still, now fighting out for the top spot. Not a bad run for them.
No, and that's what you call recovery. Miguel Vigo has done a lot of great racing before. Of course, part of the Hoising Geodesic team. There is Johannes Trauper for TSR Racing, the 144. This is against Echelon Simsport, who they've basically hugged onto like a childhood cuddly toy for the longest time in this race, and trying to unlock and understand what they're all about. So it looks like they're going to have a good battle pretty much all season long, and this is one of the great things about it. Alberto Garcia Blasco looking here for XPD Racing LMP2 MX. Now, this is for a way into the top 5 if they can get the run through Sagres corner, that will open up the chance then on Hichler then for Leiper. It's changed pretty much each and every single lap when it comes to LMP2. And there is Kostek Slovier also looking for moves as well. So a lot of great battles.
And this is where you also start to develop a bit of a rivalry. You start to get to know the driver ahead of you or behind you and start to go and say, all right, what are you doing that's better or worse than me, and how can I counteract? It also just gets you all fired up for the race, but they got to remember, this is endurance. There's still 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. They are now driving like it was the start of the race. They're driving like a sprint race, but at some point, they're going to have to tap off a little bit and start focusing on the longer aspect. They've been on the safety car for a while. You can see utilizing all the revs possible to just get as much power as possible. Really focus on a forward charge. Towards the latter part of the stint, they're going to come off the gas and try and focus on getting an extra lap or two to go a little bit further.
The longer they can go, the more excitement there will be about getting those passes sorted, as this is all about trying to open up and say, I can find everything that we've done. In terms of what Alberto Garcia Blasco has been looking for here in the number 33, it's been all about just saying, I have got opportunities when it comes to this racing to stand up on song and say, I can do what is necessary. They've worked hard from where they have started on the Therefor Lab starting grid to get to this 6th place, and now they know they have got to really work here in your SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks to get up into that top 5. They know how critical it is, as in the top right of your screen, you've still got the LMP2 battle here with Johannes Trauper trying to find a pass.
I've got to say, for the likes of TSR and Echelon, it's two teams that have been fighting it out in the LMP3 class, and honestly, I really love the LMP3 class just to the nature of the cars. Usually racing with GT4s out on the iRacing server, now getting to race with the GT3s. But for the two teams to be brawling throughout the race, you also got to ask the question, are they getting a bit frustrated with one another? Because they're so evenly matched in strategy and in pace.
Yes, but at this point, you can sit happily behind for 2 hours and 39 minutes. If you've got a way to make a move with 2 minutes to go, that's still the way you win the race. So I think Rdoks are happy to be in second. It will benefit them long term by the time they get to the last stop. They got 2 seconds on the 148 Team Huisingveld team, who was so dominant last year when it came to, earlier on this year when it came to racing action here with us on the Global Sim Racing channel. Miguel Vigo knows what this is all about, and SD Corsa right now with control of the field aren't really showing that they're devoid of pace, so that Rdoks want to move to the front. So I think this is still at the moment mutually beneficial. They have pulled half a second to 3/4 of a second on this lap alone.
Well, I do also want to bring up the 162 car that we're currently on board with the Rdoks setup shop 162. They've got 3 drivers in the team. The SD Corsa car has got 2 drivers that's entered for the race. So we've got so far a bit of an interesting play here, because the SD Corsa are going to be splitting this in half, where the Rdoks setup shop still have to remember they've got a 3rd driver that needs to get into the car, and that is purely on the fact of a iRacing fair share, a quarter of a quarter in terms of laps needing to be done. And if a second safety car comes out, that starts becoming a little bit risky.
Yeah, but you can't play for that. You can't guarantee one's going to come. You can only react to those sorts of situations. So you got to put yourself in the best position possible. We've kept a good lap and a half watching what's been going on at the front, and there's not been much change of it. Fast Repair Motorsport in control of GT3 Pro. That's another close battle out there with German Sim Racing Red, the 267s at half a second. That gap sits at the moment. So that's the other close battle for leading category as it stands, as again, Miguel Vigo gets close in what is colloquially known as the dentist car on iRacing, with that tongue-shaped front nose that is there on that Ligier.
It's just still the best looking, I've got to say. They stunning little cars. and also needing a little bit more love on the iRacing service. I do want to also point out, because we've got so many amazing sponsors that are coming, but I just want to talk about, we got a drive-through penalty for car 211. That is unfortunately for minor contact, and that's going to change up the race for them. But I do want to talk about iOverlay is going to be going to redeem 2 one-year subscriptions for a random draw of drivers during the course of the season, which is also something to race for, as our LMP3s fighting for first place.
Big scrap there. Outside of turn 1 searching went Vigo. Outside of turn 3 searching went Vigo. Now trying to pick a pocket out of 4. Big coverage over to the inside from SD Corsa, and some big work being done by Henry Mackenzie Friedman. Now in through at Torre VIP, the VIP tower, and back up the hill again. Vigo has just been studying and thinking, right, how do I pass this test? And he's still not quite figured out how he's going to get that way through. He'll drop a couple tenths of a second through Samsung. That was very aggressive of a line from Henry Mackenzie Friedman. And so, as such, SD Corsa can be happy that they still hold the race lead for now.
And I also want to point out that they've got a lap over a LMP2 car that's racing with the likes of Sebastian Schellix, who is for the Firefly iRacing Silver team. So you've got 2 LMP3s that are taking the charge to the LMP2s, which is something you spoke about at the beginning of the race. That was a bit of a concern of, well, these cars can still put up a good fight. And in the top right, Team Heusenfeld and the GT3s also in a monster of a train trying to figure out how to get some passes done.
Yeah. If they can find it. Oh, Manu Casanovas for a no-sit. Up over the top. It's looking for the angle here on the inside. It's a little deep in, but you can get the drive down the hill. Gravity helps you out every stage of the way. A very seismic defense being put up by Stint 1. And there's the hit and the turnaround there. Manu Casanova's finding there. That's Fury Sim Sports and Matthias Timmer, who is in all sorts of trouble. Finds reverse and gets going again. That's how quickly it starts stacking up when it gets dangerous like that.
And down into the hairpin, 5 meters past your braking marker, you are just a passenger at that point. And unfortunately, that's going to change up the race a little bit more as Team Heusenfeld now trying to get a pass done. Nicholas hoping to get the drive on the Mustang. Can the straight 6 turbocharge get ahead, and does so over the mighty Mustang V8, and starts to bring in the rest of the field as well as he's stuck on the outside. Looked to go 3 wide, but man, oh man, you couldn't get close if you tried.
Everyone was having a sniff there. Everyone wanted a piece of that, but Nicholas Hettiger is now going to be still 6th place and will be thinking about, I do not want to be showing a nose in this group, because it looks like everybody is hungry for a pass. And look in the middle of all of that. You'll keep an eye out on the likes of Voracious, for example, who will be trying to run through the order and see, can I have a position here? Can I have a position there? And at least over the top of the crest, then out to Samsung corner, down through Craig Jones, and just disappearing behind the VIP tower there, up to Portimao corner. Hettiger, that is a send from the heavens. Oh, what a beautiful block pass that is. That is the pass of the day.
Absolutely amazing. And now this is going to be interesting. Stint 1 Motorsport trying to defend the line against Hyperion Racing, but also in this pack is first of our GT3 AM Jens Brothers competition is in the fight. Callum Lux in the Aston Martin is watching the pros and saying, okay guys, keep going, you're just helping me out here.
I'll have some of that, they'll say, as the change goes on behind that too. So Milan Haman, who is in behind the wheel at the moment, sees Derek Heiberger go through for Hyperion out there on the run. Skylar Davis will be looking next. Dominic Olivier is there. Then you've got the leader in GT3 AM, and then it's Voracious behind that, who will send a big lunge down the inside. We'll get 1, we'll get 2. for the troubles there. And Fabrizio Beltisi will have to confirm it around the outside of turn 4 and then to turn 5 as well. Look at this, battles within battles, and defensive packs having to be thrown there by the Aston Martins. And not often you get to say Aston Martin sandwich.
And I just want to point out that we've got Callum Lux leading out the GT3 AM going, well, you guys are having fun. I want to join in with this. I'm a little bit further back at the moment. I'm in 30th. I was 29th. Let me have another go.
Yeah, I want more. And so Callum looks, I think, he's going to sit here. He realises I've got 5 seconds over Manatee Racing Purple. I don't have to be too aggressive. And now, guess what? We're going to start putting a couple bits of LMP traffic through as one of the LMP3s is trying to work its way back through. Suddenly, we add a little bit of spice to the mix here. Side by side again they go. Milan Haman having to really defend here for Stint 1 Motorsport. Here's the issue with Stint 1 Motorsport. It's Stint 2.
Also to talk about the Rdoks setup shop 164 LMP3 is actually trying to fight them for position. There's no blue flag. He has to earn the right to get past and dives to the inside. As he got a straight line, however, well, you've got a bunch of V8s, and let's see if the 900 kilo car has a top end on the tons car. Nope, not quite, as it is a fight into turn 1. And you can see the frustration start to come in. He's got the cornering, but just hasn't got the same horsepower to fight out against the 5.4 liter Mustang Ford engine Coyote, as he's battling with a 5.6 in that 900 kilo car.
He's trying to do anything and everything to move on up, to say positions can be gained. Dominic Olivier is now sat in a wonderful place making things happen. On the right of your screen, you've also got the Jens Brothers competition team of Kim Onsapini behind the wheel in a big scrap, and that is in LMP2 for position. So keep an eye on that. Skylar Davis holding station and doing a wonderful job, but that's up there with the likes of Lipa Esports, Fury Simsport in there with Kostek Solovier in there too. So a lot going on then in the middle of the pack, and we go to Kim Onsapini and the Jens Brothers competition team, because they have just got themselves in that 6th place, and now they're trying to figure out what they do. Group of 4 moving up to the mid part of the circuit. Welcome to Samsung Corner.
There's always a time to have fun in sim racing, and more drivers starting to figure out what is the strategies here. Nicholas trying to keep the drive at the moment and really battling it out. This is one thing that's always amazing about GT3 fields. You've got a 6-cylinder against the V8, able to hold its own, unfortunately with a bit of an asthma pump attached to the motor, but also you're having fights up and down as it's just competition. You've got to love having the multiple brands, the multiple displacements out there really putting in the fight. You've got the Mercedes, which is a front engine drive, the engine pushed right towards the cockpit.
No. Sapini and Hitchler coming together down at Galpi corner, the final corner on track, and Hitchler deposited down to 7th, and that is exactly what we see. Drivers just not able to leave each other enough room on the most committed corner on the track.
You've got to wonder, the tyres, how many of the drivers actually replace their tyres to keep going, try and keep some generated heat in it, or have they rather gone for keeping, just switch out the tyres and rather go to old, keep on to new fresher rubber? Because if you're on an old set, you're going to pick up understeer more and more, especially out of that final corner where it really leans on the front right.
And speaking of leaning on the front right, Derek Heiberger is trying to figure out whether he can lean through a couple places to go on through. It's Merc, and in the middle of them, there is the Beamer that is sitting there and trying to work through of Team Huisenfeld at this point. There's still going to be that earned place that has to try and go through. Voracious trying to jump onto the back of this and have done well to get themselves back into position by where they've been going about it, but Heiberger on the main straight I'll be looking around at this and look at the cleverness that needs to be done. Always give that slipstream to the quicker car. Milan Hamann, wrong place, wrong time. Is it going to be 3 wide into Primera? It will be 3 wide into Primera. And look at the cheekiness coming into play. That is your leader. GT3R, Milan Hamann takes a tap there. Callum looks almost going to get through everyone. And there's the full spin around.
That is not what you want to have, but Callum Lux played it really smart, waited for the opportunity to get going, but Milan Hamann now falling down the order, and this is also going to thump the tires quite a bit, so he's going to have to take it easy to try and cool them down. As we go back up to the sharp end of the field for our LMP3 field, the Rdoks setup shop, 162, still not able to get past the SD Corsa, and constantly trying to find any kink in the armor. Searches left, searches right, trying to figure out what is going to be the way to get by, and a drive-through for the 67 car.
Oh, and that number 67 entry will be German SimRacing.de. And that will hurt them because they're running down in 9th position now at this stage with the fastest lap of the race. And they'll go even further back from that. Miguel Vigo happily watching at the moment, and they've built that 2-second margin up to a 5-second margin. So I think if there's any time, it's now up at Portimao corner. Vigo commands the inside. Look at them, lean, there's contact between them. Off of the exit of the corner, it is held by SD Corsa. They're just about doing everything they can, and this is what happens when you get a driver bottled up and frustrated. Soon the mistake will come.
Honestly, leaning on one another is the mainstay of this race. The Rdoks setup shop will be going and communicating on the radio saying, listen, don't push too hard right now. Just keep into the toe. We got to remember some strategy here. They've only got 2 drivers. They will get worn out as they carry on. So this is where you guys got to think about the long term. You've got 2 drivers that are going to feel the 4 hours, where you've got a little bit of time, you can go and save a bit of energy and go on the attack, heading into turn 3, up on the inside, trying to get the drive, and leaning on each other yet again.
The pinch that is needed there at 3 to 4. If you can crowd out your opponent through that section, you've got a great shot of making it happen. Trying to switch back to the outside again goes Miguel Vigo. He cannot shift off of the inside line. Here, the likes of Henry at this stage. This is where SD Corsa are doing everything they can. Side by side again. They will go. Henry, Mackenzie, Friedman is covering everything off right now, but up the top of the hill might be the best place to get that launch. Back down again for Craig Jones. Well, if inside didn't work at turn 10 a lap ago, what about outside? Oh, they're going to fight each other. Side by side, carbon fiber confetti will start to rain down, but still Miguel Vigo can't find it to work.
Oh man, this is where, as a driver, you're seeing red mist, you're starting to get a little bit of tunnel vision, and it's where your team is going to have to start talking to you. But the question is, has he just turned off the radio and said, listen, don't talk to me, I know what I'm doing, and don't talk to me in the corners, because generally, I've got a car on my inside and outside.
Well, he knows how tough this is, and he knows for the team how tough this is, but they can't think about this as a small picture battle of want the race lead, because if it turns into a big picture loss for the pair of them, that's the last thing that they want on their horizon. We are 3/8 of the way through, 2 hours, 25 minutes, and 43 seconds in. We are not far from halfway as far as this race goes. WSR Esports in control, GSRC replay. This is Kostek Solovier. Then down the hill, working his way through. That's the contact. Woo! You do not get away with those too often. The commitment to keep the foot thundered flat to the floor.
One of these moments of they will be slowing down, and if I'm going fast enough, maybe I can avoid the problem. Last time we saw that, it landed up with a GT3 in through the door of an LMP3. This time around, a little bit more comfortable as they continue on the charge. Great racing nonetheless. And if this is just round 1 of the series, I can't wait to see what the final round's going to look like, because it's going to be just as frantic, if not more. But now it's time to carve through the GT3 field. And is this going to be the likes of Rdoks setup shop's time to get past the SD Corsa, or is he going to get boxed in?
Well, as they've got traffic, it's a case of how good does the front car manage it, as you've also got Voracious bringing themselves onto the back of the group now in GT3. This is a fight for the top 5 that goes as well in your top right corner. So Miguel Vigo trying to pick a bit of toe up, trying to get a bit of launch there on the Finnish endurance car that was there. One of the GT3 AMs moves to the outside, doesn't quite get clearance going through. Voracious looking for 5th as well on screen, and there's an angle here for turn 3 at Lagos that Vigo can chuck it up the inside. Gap almost left open, pushing on the other side. Vigo still stuck on the outside, can't get the run. And these two battles on screen are going to intermix with each other soon. Vigo will be looking at this, but there's another car they're going to have to clear down the inside. It's one of the Aston Martins that's going to need that clearance. I believe it's the Enns brothers one that they're going to get by. So Miguel Vigo, opportunities are starting to be discarded because of how treacherous it is with the amount of traffic available.
Especially for a driver that is fixated on getting past, is starting to get that little bit of tunnel vision, might go for a really risky maneuver. We've seen in the past, as drivers try get one up on each other, they can make crucial mistakes navigating through traffic, and especially in an endurance race, that is no bigger part. I mean, we go back to earlier this year in Daytona, where it landed up with the GTPs landing up, going and changing first and second in first split. And honestly, this is going to be a race of nutrition to battle your way through. And this is not even to the GT3s that are fighting nose to tail with one another. As we take a look to the GT3 Pro, 0.4 of a second separating them.
Well, it looks like there's going to be a 20-second stop and hold here for car 164 out there. That is Rdoks setup shop, and that is the other Rdoks car. So that is Aigelos Vretos and Martin Zayerfeld, who will be the two in that car there. So that will be more trouble for the sister Rdoks setup shop LMP3 out there in play today. But now the traffic plays its hand, and Miguel Vigo can't follow as well, so that gap starts to open up. But the gap at the front of GT3 Pro now becomes the smallest gap in this field at half a second right now between Fast Repair Motorsports 202 and German SimRacing Red out there, and Jan Schultz, who is in behind the wheel at this moment in time. So this is an important scrap going on at the front of GT3 Pro. And you have to say, that Eagle is trying to fly and catch that Lamborghini.
It's honestly some great racing, and it's getting rather busy out there, much like our admins having to frantically look around, sorting out penalties. There's just a number of warnings that are going through, as well as they're just trying to keep up with how busy it is on circuit, because it might look like that we've got big gaps between the certain cars like the GT3 AMs, where there's 9 seconds between first and second, but you got to remember, they are mixing wheels with the GT3 Pros, with the LMP3s and the LMP2s. There's half a second between the cars at most as they try and fight their way through. I mean, let's go to 6th place at the moment, with Nürburgring Esports having no easy effort to try and get any sort of run.
Eric Trush is trying what he can, but that might be the launch that's needed then. Gets the jump on XPD after a slow drive coming out of the corner. That's there. Huizenveld have to leave the room. Sorry, that's Fury and Kostek Solovier. There just goes through. It's very confusing when you got two silver and green cars out there at the same time. So Fury will lose out the place, and Solovier, then the Polish driver, is going to have a bit more work to do to try and pull this field back in, and sees that top 5 just for the moment disappear as we look back to Fabrizio Beltisi looking for that top 5 here in class, and this will be against Manu Casanovas for Enosis Esports here. So the nice red machine in front tries to deal with the Argentine yellow that is in play. On the brakes they go. A fantastic battle right now here, Stephen, of old world versus new.
Oh, absolutely incredible, incredible running, and all three in Mercedes as well. So there is no advantage in terms of different manufacturers. You've got the same front engine, rear-wheel drive, gearboxes in the boot. You got the power. It works on a little bit of adjustments on aero and mechanical. But I've got to say, the Voracious team, from having damage on their car, a late chance to get into the pits to repair the car, in 14th at the start of the restart of the race, now up to 6th, and hunting down to get back into the top 5. You can't really count it up. The driver's done really, really well at the moment.
Yeah, the only issue they've got is that they're 16 seconds off the race lead currently, as Hichler, who of course did have that tap and turn around at Galpy Corner about 15 minutes ago, gets no love from the 231 Fury Sim Sports car. They're just in front and is trying to find a way back to 8th place. Then moving forward, you can see there on the front, as we take a look from inside the dash, how much... Oh! And that's a massive slam against the side there for Hichler. Didn't quite catch what came along there. Massive flash of the light saying that is not on. Going in through the corner, will not be best pleased with one of the cars in front.
Little bit of a ding against the door, and this is where you got to try and calm the driver down. And unfortunately, this frustration will start to build, but we do have quite a few professionals out there. As we take a look at the replay, tries to get the pass and has an LMP3, Team Heisenfeld, going and knocking into the side, trying to go for the dive. A little bit of late braking, unfortunately, going and compromising the race a bit.
Yeah, and you would have seen there down on the exit, that car was oscillating a lot on its suspension. I don't know whether that's set up or whether something's just sat down over at that corner, but that did not look right from Ligier Esports after that hit.
Fortunately not, and trying to take a look as they keep the car going. There will be a bit of light damage to the suspension because, remember, the wheels are turning. They're a little bit out, and unfortunately, when you have a car go and hit it, it's just enough to put a little bit of strain on the suspension. It means that you're going to be a little bit more cautious in through the corners, but I don't think the Ligier Esports is going to be so nice in getting past that LMP3, and I'm thinking there is a bit of damage to that car, plus frustration at the same time, just seeing the LMP3 ahead.
Yeah, that front left tyre is exposed, and that is going to be causing them a lot of headaches in through the right-hand corners, and here's the issue with a clockwise circuit. They're predominantly right-handers.
Just a tad, I think. You know, it depends. Are you gonna go for the American side of things?
Well,
go and aim for the right?
No, they're predominantly left-hand corners there over in America, if you're going to go by oval spec. But Fabrizio Belziti, is very much getting bottled up by Casanova, so I think he's had enough. Dives it to the inside, block pass is not going to happen. They're going to scrap off the exit, 2 different categories. Now going at it together, and Manu Casanovas, right now, you could write a love story about the way he defends. He's doing brilliantly.
And also going and getting a bit of a difficult run there, having the windscreen wipers kick up as you're frantic on the steering, a little bump of the button, but now cost a bit of time, needs to get back into the tow, and feeling the pressure. Voracious team not out of the firefight as yet, as the Hyperion Racing is there.
Harvu 25 hit the lane, so that will now mean LMP2 are in a window, and that now brings a lot of intrigue as they go through. Miguel Vigo, they're blasting by, still at 4/10 to SD Corsa, looking to try and move into position. They've had a lot to try and jump through, as the GT3 field in Pro has certainly been very close. They'll easily make a way past there, the Huizenveld, that is the Huizenveld BMW that they go by, but ultimately Miguel Vigo's been resolute, has stayed on the back here of Henry Mackenzie out there on this point, and Henry Mackenzie Friedman has done all that is necessary to keep that front position, but I think it's not going to be too long before Miguel Vigo decides, right, my turn.
And the pressure is on. The question is, how much are they scrubbing those tires? Aggressive defending, aggressive attacking means that you're taking the life out of the tires. You're going on a very, very hot circuit right now, and each of the drivers are going to have to be well enough aware of it. I mean, track temperature, 27 degrees Celsius, 81 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is absolutely cooking. That means you're running out of grip so quickly on the way through. 58 laps in as they aim for pit lane. Oh, that was close.
That's what you have to worry about. It's the Estoril issue, it's the Zandvoort issue, it's the Fuji issue out there, where if you're trying to go and get the pit stop sorted, you can easily run up the back if you don't coordinate it properly. Trush gets the great run and looks to try and dive down the inside of Fury Simsport and Kostek Solovier, and will get the pass back. So Solovier had done all the work to try and gather it back up, but will lose it back again in the scrap for 4th and 5th. They've lost touch with XPD Racing LMP2 MX, Solpec Precision in 2nd, and WSI Esports, who are at the front with a 4-second race lead.
And the race is on to fly the way through. Still, fights up and down through the order. However, a dominating lead for WSR Esports. Driver's been out there for quite some time and still not missing a beat. Lap times keeping very, very consistent at the moment, and still wanting to push just a little bit harder, sitting with 136 mids as his average. I mean, that's just incredible.
Yeah, and just in the middle of that, Dominic Olivier seeing that LMP2 just carve away through the middle at Craig Jones' corner, only just with a 1-car width to try and get through this battle on for night. Oh, and I think that's just gone on with Manu Casanovas and Fabrizio Belziti. That, I think, was brewing, and something has clearly happened to Spin Casanovas at turn 12.
Not ideal circumstances, and what then starts to be the question, has Manu got a little bit of damage? He lost some serious drive out there, saw a little bit of movement on the steering as well, just trying to keep it all in check. Wonder if he's just feeling out the suspension. Let's take a look at the replay. Going out a bit wide.
Or is it just going to lose it in the middle? Oh, he just lost it on his own. That's just pressure. Loses it on his own. The rears kick out.
Okay. Oh, and go back through the field and got clipped as well. Oops. Not quite what you want to have. And unfortunately, a bad situation going worse.
Fran Labrada, 211, looking to lunge down the inside, get the drive here with a big attack here through turn 4. Is going to be allowed the room on the outside. Rejoins circuit again and says, look, this is what I'm all about. I'll try around the outside again of the Stint 1 Mustang, and the Mustang is going to get the drive off the exit because it's downhill to uphill. If it continued downhill, you'd try and fight off the exit, but now look at this, still keeping it side by side. This has been 3 corners, and will now look to try and hold it, just enough room given. At Samsung gets it done. Fran Labrada, hats off.
And just to give you a bit of an insight as well, Fast Repair Motorsport GD3, the 202 car, getting a 20-second stop-go penalty, and that's unfortunately for moderate contact, so they're going to have to put that into plan of their next pit stop.
And the leader's in at LMP2, so WSR have hit the lane because XPD's there, and that's a fight back. Look at that. Fran Labrada is going to have to really continue on. Holds the inside at Sagres, and will there be another way to get back? No. Let's confirm that. So WSI Esports in, I think Solpec as well may have come into the pits too. So XPD lead, Nürburgring Esports now 2nd, Fury Simsport now 3rd, Huisingveld and Rdoks both in the pits as well in LMP3 by the looks of it. So it looks like we're in a firm pit window as it stands, and we get ourselves set for who is going to end up where, because SD Corsa are only 15 seconds away.
And we've got a driver change for the WSR Esports LMP2 car. Eric Grove is in the car and now taking his first time out there, 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. But the GT3 fight is absolutely incredible. I mean, this is all lots and lots of pressure. I do want to point out Fast Repair Motorsport GT3 that is currently going and leading, that is fighting out there, is this very same Lamborghini that at the start of the race was pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and so that tells you all you need to know. Jan Schultz trying to find a way back. That looks like I'm angling for the pits, and that will be a pit stop. 209 left. That for Marco Aguilera Moreno with the 202 does not look like the right time to pit in my mind.
Nope, that's the stop-go 22nd they're about to get. So that's the stop-go 20 seconds that they're going to have to serve in their pit stop. Not ideal circumstances, especially after a great fight.
No, seems they've done so well staying up at the front, those 20 seconds will hurt, and they will drop miles back. So German Sim Racing now with a 3-second margin over Manatee Racing Black. They'll hold that, but they're still scrapping here. Remember, there's cold tyres out the pit as they go on by. SD Corsa get it back done on Rdoks setup shot 162. Henry Mackenzie Friedman back in control after the stops.
You say cold tires, they say opportunity. And that is what we're seeing right now. Henry hoping to try and open up the gap a little bit more. Maybe the setup working in his favor, gets those tires up to temperature a lot quicker versus the Rdoks setup shop of Ryan O'Connor, who is in the car for his first time for the stint and going to be just trying to feel it out, wait for late braking, get the temperatures back into those tires. Oh, lost it through turn one, clipped the curb, and that's all she wrote.
Well, it's going to keep it out the barriers, keep it out of the gravel, but it's going to lose second position for the Troubles as Fury Simsport come in from the race lead of LMP2. Big moment there. Team Hoisingveld take a freebie up to second place, but Ryan O'Connor can't afford to make those mistakes on the start of stint. That's how you heat the tyres up and make them scrub for effectively a whole run through.
And Miguel, who just climbed out the car, I think has just visited the toolbox that's gone a little bit further down the pit. I mean, this is not what he wanted to see his teammate going and losing that gap, and it's going to be lots of pressure now for Ryan to close up the gap. And it's also where the team starts to talk and say, right, let's get the head back in the game here. Let's start working through and battling on as we need to focus. Eric Grove climbing into the car, racing out into first place, got the takeover of the car, and wants to try and open up the gap yet again to the Solpack Precision Racing. Graham Saunders still in the car, 4 seconds back.
Yeah, Teemu Korhonen is going to be in third position then, at now 11 seconds off the race lead. But Eric Grove taking time now behind the wheel, and this will be a case of, can you keep the same pace or will you lose it? Because Graham Sanders has been behind the wheel for a fairly long time, and I would expect him to make a driver change at the next stop. So that's going to be a case of, what can Eric Grove do? Will it be a case of, can we eat into that gap, or will someone eat into theirs?
Now, it also does bring up a very interesting thing, because we got endurance racing, we've got diamond drivers, we got silver drivers, and we got bronze drivers. Graham Saunders is actually a bronze driver, so he's not even the quickest of the team that still needs to get in the car. He is the bronze. He just has to do a little bit of the race, hand it over to a choice of 2 diamonds or 1 silver drivers to go in. So we might see Boris Ovando getting into the car, Michael Diaz or David Duano getting into the car, and they the quicker drivers that was been through pre-qualifying.
They certainly have been, and they're proving that. Now on for the podium. It will be as Hettinger will be under pressure, as Fabrizio Belziti will now figure out whether this move is on the third, trying to hunt this one down, and it's been lap on lap's worth of work to try and get close. They've got the likes of those in front. Frank Cook is there in second position at this moment in time, the Dutch driver. You've also got Schultz, who leads this field outright after the penalty came in, and there is the confirmation of a drive-through for car 149 that will be one of the Team Hoisingveld entries that will have to go in from LMP3 after a pit lane infringement.
Not the way you want your race to go and to kick things off. So definitely this is crucial mistakes coming in, drivers getting very tired and starting to push the boundaries. And this is where, as a team, you start talking to your drivers, saying, okay, how are you feeling? How's the car feeling? Start trying to engage the brain here, because you can land up having a bit of a problem and lose out a bit of time. But it's not ideal. And this is actually for having a 5-second rule violation that they're needing to go and serve it. So not ideal circumstances. And, well, going and breaking the rules, our stewards are wide awake, that's for certain.
They very much are. You can't break the rules. They have eyes in the back of their heads and they'll know everything. The one thing you will say about Graham Sanders, he is an 8K driver out there, so he definitely has all of the ability to go out and say, this is how quick I am. But for Nicholas Hettinger at this moment for Team Hoisingveld, this is a tough defense that you're going to have to put on, because we know how lightning fast voracious drivers are. They do knock on the door when GT3 comes a-calling out there, and this would be a team that I would be looking around saying they're using the SimRacing Republic right now as a series that gets them race prep ready for the IMSA Esports Championship.
And honestly, it is absolutely incredible. And you bring up about the different championships, but this is also just going to be at the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by, like, I'm just got to point out that this is a championship that's premiered by itself. You are racing throughout December. You're racing from September, December into January. You're racing through 2 seasons and you needing to get yourself prepped. This is also going to be ending similar time to the likes of the Daytona 24 as well. So this is just also trying to work out who your teammates are, what their capabilities are, and how far can you go and push yourself out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, and from Portimao, of course, there's Barcelona, which will be coming along in October. November will be Magny-Cours. We'll no racing in December, but we'll be back in January at Mazzano. Then you've got Jerez in February, and we finish off at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in March for your 6-race calendar. Arda is looking for a way to jump on up. This will be for 11th position overall, if that can work for the 287. Arda Muldersu is now trying to find that pass and gain back another place, and every position is big, and it is on the XPD Racing GT3 MX car. We take a look from behind of Fran Labrada.
And you can see the difference in pace between a GT3 and an LMP2. You do try and utilize a little bit of the toe, just even if it's a sniff of, hey, listen, just please pull me along. I know I'm feeling the pressure here. I need to gain a little bit of time as well. Always just a bit of hard work for the drivers to focus on what they need to do as we head up towards Manu, who's fighting it out and moves up into 8th place. A beautiful undercut. And the Ineos Esports Mercedes getting the jump, getting the drive, and looking to pull away.
That was Patrick Schaefer that he was able to get by of Firefly E-Racing Red. A comfortable dive down the inside there, using the traffic as a pick to allow that ability of the pass. And we don't see enough of that, but it is a critical fact of racing that you will see drivers using other drivers' cars out there to say, oh, you've left the door open, I'll sneak down the inside. It's why you've got to be very witty as endurance drivers, and I think it's the category out there at the moment in terms of motorsport, I would say, at the moment here, Stephen, that has the most skill.
It's definitely, sprint racing has its own talent, but endurance racing, you've got to have your eyes on the back of your head. You've got to also know when to push and when to wait, when to look in the mirrors as well, and also pace oneself. But it's also, you start utilizing any way to move on, as we see a bit of a snake move there. Move to the right, move to the left, try and snap the toe. They're only allowed one move, so you can't just go right, left, because it also lands up slowing you down. However, Patrick was more than happy to keep in the tow. Late brake, bleeds off the brakes a little bit early to try and close the distance. Couldn't quite get on the power as quick as he would like. However, this is actually slowing him down as well. And he's going to be greeted very, very soon by a Mustang in the back.
On the brakes, Torre VP, turn number 5, and the Enosis car holds itself well. Little wiggle off the exit there, though. You've got to be a little bit concerned about how much the rear starts to spool up there as you try and put the power down on the exit. We've already seen one moment out there of a tail-happy AMG Mercedes where the front has decided to go one way and the back end's gone, oh, I'll have a look at that, I'll have a go, and it doesn't quite play out. So that certainly puts Patrick Schaefer with a little bit of promise, I would put at this stage. We are officially halfway through your season opener of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. It is WSR Esports in control at the front as we watch what's going on for 4th and 3rd here in your GT3 Pro category, as Fabrizio Belziti looks for a way for Voracious to find the podium again. Right now, this is a series that has got itself some brilliant work. Of course, we've seen what TFR Lab have done with the balance of performance and, of course, being with us on the starting grid. As well as that, you've got Tim's coaching, which is brought to you. Tim Matchka over at Manatee Racing has free coaching for some of the GT3 AM drivers. The best out there will get a chance then at the end of racing to get themselves a little bit of a chance to go get some help with Tim. And as well, we've got iOverlay, which is in play, which we can redeem 2 one-year subs to 2 drawn people over the course of the season. So keep an eye on iOverlay for all of your overlay needs on iRacing. Still though, as we enter into the second half of this race, I do want to point out that Solpec have halved the gap to WSR Esports. Eric Grove cannot keep the pace.
Losing that little bit of time and starting to feel the pressure. And it makes you wonder if he's going to start getting a little bit of a word back from the pits of, hey, listen, we got a little bit of a problem here. We need to start considering driver changes. Remember, you started with plan A before the green light. By this first safety car, you landed up on plan D, E, F, all of it. And now, heading towards the second half of the race, you ran out of the alphabet. You're starting to work in numbers.
Yeah, and you don't want to be going over to, well, actually, I think you go double letters. Plan AA, plan AB. You don't want to be going down through everything. At some point, you can't have been planning for it, and you're just on the fly at that point. Graham Sanders, at this stage, is working his way through, and look at that. He takes 0.3 of a second at Lagos Corner, and up the hill he goes again, looking to try and hunt on down. Solpec are one of those teams that are effectively like what you saw happen to, say, a Hydro Geodesic, just absolutely balloons in the amount of drives they've got. Dennis Vika then looking to try and get himself through for Nürburgring Esports. Vika is now getting himself in line, hoping for that top 5, but there's not going to be an angle here at 3, but maybe to Torre VIP at 5.
And it's going to be about a send on the inside here for Esim Sport. Going to keep it to the right-hand side. Racing line will go a little bit later on the brakes. Very, very hard on for the Apex. Try and slow the car down. A little bit of a kick out on the rear. And now this is going to be Dennis's chance to start making up a little bit of time on Andrino. Just a little bit ahead. It's going to be late on the brakes yet again. They do see GT3s starting to come into the fray as well. Keeping on the power, hoping to get any sort of drive underneath. And I do want to point out, they're starting to gain a little bit of time to lap their own category that is in between 2 GT3s. It's easy to get on the power, clear the GT3s. It's a little bit harder when you've got a car with the same engine and same aero that is a lap down on you. The rule is you hold your racing line. It's up for the faster cars to get past you cleanly. You just can only hope that just possibly they're a little bit nice to move out the way, lift a little, and let you go.
But you do also know that you've got to make your own space in a category like this. Here comes the chance for Dennis Weaker, looking for a way through on Chiara. there in 5th position. Can Chiara hold the station then and say, this is what I'm all about? 5 seconds behind is Ralpat, who is looking to try and keep back in. We know what the 67's trying to do to recover into this one. It's well played by Fury at the moment, and they're doing what they can, when they can, how they can. And speaking of what they can, look out the front. 0.3 of a second is the margin. No help from the leading category. There's an angle to the inside for Graham Sanders. They have to leave the door open on the exit. There's Eric Grove. And now around the outside, Solpeck will try. They'll have to do it again. WSR will hold that inside, but Eric Grove, I think, is going to lose out at Sagras. Graham Sanders, opportunistic around the German sim racing red leaders of Jan Schultz. What a lead take that is.
And Sanders will be sitting with a smile on his face with the Solpick team giving a round of applause on that one, because for the first time in this race, under full acceleration, they lead. But for how long? As the WSR looks to go around the outside, not having an advantage here, will try to go up and under through turn 1. No advantage. Heading into turn 2, turn 3, late on the brakes. Eric Grove now got the bit between his teeth. Needs to keep the power on, keep the pressure. He knows if he loses this drive, it is going to be a nightmare to gain the position back. And the WSR esports team will be scratching their heads, trying to figure out what is going to be the next plan to charge their way through the field. For Eric Grove, maybe it's now hang on the back, save the fuel, let's work on when we can get the pit stops working in our favor, or he's going to get the radio call from the likes of Miguel saying, listen, you need to go, we need that back.
Speaking of which, your leader's just pitted from GT3 Pro, which is GermanSimRacing.de Red. So they'll be down in. That puts Team Hoisingveld now in the lead, and Voracious up to 2nd position. Well in the realms of 1 pit stop to go here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. You've got Finnish Endurance Academy down in the pits. BP Racing 2 also down in. And there is the number 244 of Turner Schroll. Trying to see a hunt. Look at the listen to that then on the front stretch, how quick they fly by.
Just having the speed cam there just tells the story. But I've got to ask, you know, we've all got our favorites. We've got GT3s, LMP2s, LMP3s. But I have to ask, your favorite category today? If you could climb behind the wheel of one of these cars in the epic fights that we've seen during the course of this 4 hour, what would be the category you personally want to race in?
GT3 AM, because that one has the least competition in it at the moment, and I'd quite like the drive to see how far I'd go with it. I'm definitely not quick enough to be a GT3 Pro. I think LMP3 is a very hard-fought category, and they're having the most trouble out there trying to get by everyone. I think I wouldn't quite like that, but LMP2, as quick as that is, I don't think I'm good enough to drive that sort of car, so I'd look at GT3 AM as about right for me. John Schwartz, then, for Delta Sports Sim Shop 299, 17th position, looking for a way past the Sim Gear machine in front, and trying to find a pass there to get to 16th. Both of these drivers a lap down at the moment. Negative Delta by Sim Gear there up in front of them.
It is all about the momentum. It's all about the drive, and a number of teams have now swapped out to their 2nd and 3rd drivers for the last hour and 50 minutes. A bit of a late break for John Schwartz, who tried to get on by. He had to bail out the Delta Sport Sim Shop, not having an easy time out there in the Ferrari 296, the 299 car, having to fight out against the 290 Mercedes V8, the V6 turbocharged that has gone and stole the hearts of many iRacers. Now has to wait for a chance to get on by and gain a position here.
And while they do, they know how tough it is when they got battling a plenty that is there in play. John Schwartz knows patience is required. There is Adriano Di Chiara then for Fury Sim Sport, looking for a way to keep that 5th place and hold on. It looks like they've had to do a lot of work so far, and now they're having to navigate through one of the GT cars then that pits. I think that's Voracious just diving into the pits, and it will be. So Voracious hit the lane, which leaves Enosis Esports as the next car in line. But look at this, trying to work through the train. And there's some traffic on the XS, one of the Nürburgring Esports cars that are going to have to try and dance and dive away around and in towards then turn number 3 at Lagos, the late corner. It's again, nothing really you can do. Adriano Di Chiara happy in the middle of the road, but now thinking that XPD are very much getting defensive line taken into Torrevi.
And talking about XPD Racing GT3 Imex team, as finding out for 11th in class, has just been given a drive-through penalty for pit lane violation. So unfortunately, Carlo Lopez is going to be going through and having to talk to the team saying, whoops, sorry guys, let's try and get it back into the top 10.
That's going to be tough on the day, and Adriano Di Chiara will now be certainly happy seeing that, as that will be car 211 then, as we see for pit lane infringement. So that there in pit lane, it will be the XPD teammates, and they won't be pleased to see what's happened with the team. But placement will be important late on. Penalties can be fought back from, as we have seen on many an occasion here in this series. Dennis Weaker still looking to try and find that pass that moves up into the top 5. Nürburgring Esports have been very patient on the back.
Still gonna be a waiting game at the moment. Marcel trying to focus on the charge. The German SimRacing DE have been at the forefront of the fight in the LMP2 class, but they've also just waited for their time as they cleanly through the traffic, keeping consistent pace the whole way through. Fury SimSports, however, has been in a fight start to finish. They haven't had a moment to breathe, and the whole Fury team, from the LMP2 class to the GT3s, has always been keeping your eyes in the mirrors and on the racing line at the same time.
Yeah, and if you manage all of that, that certainly pays dividends the later on you go. There is Leon Boeing, who is there on the top of your screen, 8th place, and actually there, the driver's eye view at the moment, there top right, as we focus with him on the back of this. So a lot of your LMP2 field has really coagulated together now, and it finds itself in a very weird mix of, I need this place, no, I need this place, no, I need this place. And they're now going to start thinking about, how do I find my way through the train, one place at a time? It will have to be.
He's not actually going all through the revs. He's actually going and just taking a little bit towards the top there, focusing on carrying momentum into the corners. So a little bit of fuel saving, clever driving as he's in the toe. Doesn't have to keep his foot as hard as he needs to get the drive. He can just get close enough, let the car coast into the corner a little bit more, and then pull himself along. And that's the one thing about being in a slipstream that benefits you. You don't have to be on the accelerator the whole time. Think about going down the highway, get behind a truck. You can actually lift and still hold 120 kilometers an hour, or go and accelerate, get the slingshot past, and suddenly you're going at 130.
And that gives you all you need. 10 kilometers an hour sometimes is what you need. Marcel Raupak then trying to get the Green Eagle to start flying for German Sim Racing. .de can't get around Nürburgring Esports and get that pass, which is sorted. So it is really opening up to say just how aggressive do we need to be? Just how much of a placement do I want to jump and gain one more? Because you know that if you breathe wrong at the front of this group, that's 4 or 5 places. And you don't often get groups of 5 in a line in an Enduro.
And just getting reports as well, Team Heisenfeld 248, Nicholas Huttenter getting a drive-through penalty for pit lane infringement. That is not going to end up well. They're running 4th in class, and that's going to just drop them down the order. And for Team Heisenfeld, it's not what they want to have, as Voracious now starts to get the climb. They got a little bit of breathing room in 3rd place to go over to chase the Mantine Racing Black Team.
Well, Manatee will be happy with the fact that they have got where they are. The chance to chase is now in play, but I would say that is a disaster for Team Hoisingveld and GT3. They're a team that has done so well in GT3 races over the years, and that one, they can just blink and say it didn't quite work. Leon Boeing getting a really good chance now. Look at the chops and changes. There goes Di Chiara for Fury straight down the inside, and that's the jump up to fourth that's needed, but it's not secure because they might get stuck with the GT3 there as they go through. That's the Jens Brothers Racing GT3 that Raupak can't do anything about as they go by. Dennis Weaker now looking for any way to get that top 5 over XBD, and now they will go to launch. It'll be the long way around because where is the car going to go on the exit? Now it's about driving. Suddenly it's Slipstream versus not. Dennis Weaker gets the place, but will it be confirmed by turn 7?
Oh, GT3 gonna be a little bit of a challenge, as well as Leon goes for the inside line, a little bit close to the GT3. And if I was in that Merc, you take a deep breath and you hope that the car just gets a little bit smaller, just not quite where you want to be when you've got a brawling LMP2 and you're just trying to concentrate on your race.
Well, at the moment, the race here for Leon Boeing is I've got myself up to 5th through all of that. Brilliant stuff. Big lunge back from Dennis Weaker. He's not giving this one up. Jens Boeing is trying to just bully his way through. He's got a 787 at the moment, the way that he's flying about. And at Sagres Corner, he just commands the runway.
Oh, Dennis just got that top 5. It was just within hand's reach and couldn't even get across the line to sit in 5th place, and going to have to once again fight as the Jens Brothers competition, just having a stellar time out there. But it's not over for Dennis as yet, as he needs to try and guard the inside line for a little bit of a lunge as well. If you talk about a problem going in, take a look for the GT3 stuck on the outside. Dennis going to be quite happy about that. A little bit of room, gets right behind Leon. Just couldn't get the drive out to get underneath.
No, and couldn't get that drive, and as such, look at how the gap opens up, just about 0.6 of a second, and they have to close it back up again through the corners and hope there's an area where there's a bit of weakness for one compared to what you find in another. But Leon Boeing now up to 5th for the Jens Brothers competition 0 team. They'll be happy with that, and they'll be looking for a bit of help for double zeros to start climbing up the order. An hour and 42 minutes remaining, and you're starting to think about where last stop comes into play and that final strategy card. Have you played your hand to perfection, yes or no? Because you're in the meat and potatoes of the run, and at some point you will need to go to quote-unquote your closer.
Well, the Nürburgring Esports car still needs to get into the pits because the Jens Brothers competition has been into the pit lane 3 times. The German SimRacing DE on the back of the Nürburgring Esports has been into the pits 3 times. So the Nürburgring Esports is due to come into the pits at any moment now. It's a 90-litre tank, so he's just trying to get that little bit further. They're trying to spend as little time in the pits as possible, try and just focus on a splash and dash instead of full long pit stops towards the end, as drivers still fight their way through. 77 laps completed in this race thus far, and with the 4-hour race, they due to do roughly 148 laps around this tremendous circuit, and it's 30 degrees track temperature out there, 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and you are on marbles out there. There is literally grip just falling away underneath you.
Yeah, so it's getting tougher and tougher. The understeer is getting more and more. I wouldn't say it's undrivable at this moment. If it goes up to about 40 degrees Celsius out there, then it starts becoming that undrivable property that nobody wants to deal with, as Dennis Weaker now sees that gap just start to pull itself out. As far as gaps go, German SimRacing.de Red, they've now got a 7-second gap over Manatee Black. Voracious, a further 7.5 back of that, and then 8 seconds over is more, as you start seeing Weaker now get the 262 of Solpeck, that Aston Martin there, just jumping in the middle. The gap's certainly high. It's now 3.7 for Solpec 62 against WSR Esports 23. A 6-second lead for SD Corsa over Team Huizingveld. The Jens Brothers competition 3-2-1 ahead on Manatee Racing Purple by 18.5. So we are seeing gaps now starting to form, an endurance-sized gap, which are still close in endurance circles, which we're in at the moment.
And to also just point out, we haven't even hit the top of the afternoon sim time. It's 12 minutes past 11 a.m. sim time. So we're still expecting the track to get even hotter than now as it climbs to 31 degrees. So I do think we're going to get closer to the 40 towards the end of the race. That's going to make things rather interesting because it's going to be an outright sprint at the hottest time of the day in the sim.
And because of that, when there's tracks at its zenith, you're going to have to rely on a car that maybe is a bit more responsive in hotter conditions. How many drivers have seen cold track and put a car down that's going to work in the opening hour and a half, and then suddenly the car isn't as responsive, doesn't bite as much? How much is that? That gap actually has just exploded for WSR Esports out to 8 seconds. Have they had a spin?
I'm trying to take a look, actually, because that is a huge gap that's just gone and kicked around. And honestly, it's quite unfortunate for the likes of Eric Grove because it's just going from bad to worse at the moment. It looks like he caught a little bit of a tank slapper.
Well, so there is the pressure cooker, and if you're going to try and hold the margins and keep a gap in play in a race like this, you can't afford to do too much of that. Teemu Korhonen is going to be looking around at that, thinking, I've got a chance to be best Teemu.
And take a look. I'm just looking at a lap time. Eric Grove's last lap was a 1 minute 41.6. Not only did he get it sideways, he landed up with traffic as well coming into play. Very slow off the line. And that is just absolutely killed off his time. He was running consistently in the 137.4, 137.8 range. But unfortunately, just the car not working out in his favor.
Nope, and that's certainly going to be hurtful as we go back to Marcel Raupak then having to see Weaker dive down the inside of, I believe, one of the cars there on the exit from Hyperion, and that's going to open it up to side-by-side. Weaker with no drive on the exit does have the inside line. Raupak does run wide, and as such, it's placed held, but look at the drive over the top of the crest. It's like a roller coaster through this section. The big jump down the hill. In comes Solpec to make their pit stop. Raupak then back to the inside, and Dennis Weaker is gonna be the weaker at the move at Portimao.
And frustration once again reigns from looking and holding on to a top 5 and suddenly slipping all the way down into 7th place. I'm starting to wonder if he's feeling that pressure as we take a look at the replay. This is Eric Grove catching up to the LMP3. Gets into a little bit of traffic, a little bit of contact, and unfortunately that compromised his time. Not working out in the favor, losing even more to the Soltec Racing team. And this is just going to help out Graham a little bit further.
Yeah, no complaints for Graham Sanders, who's now out to a 7.3 second lead. Dennis Weaker now down in 7th place and with work to do in the category to find things out there. But this is going to be one thing to note, is that as we watch Nemanja Radovanovic here for the Jens Brothers competition team on the outside 6th position at the moment in the 394 out there, the second of the Jens Brothers GT3 AMs that are out there. This is a learning experience for many in the lower categories out there, like GT3 AM, and trying to find themselves that space and experience. You are going to find it with endurance racing. Every driver's got different styles. You don't race against every driver every day. That's what the leagues are for. They bring them together. It's not a case that they're all together on their iRating.
And honestly, it just goes and brings up that bit of competition, that bit of rivalry as well. It's why you want to get involved with championships. It's why you want to be here to verse the best of the best and also get to test your mettle. I mean, the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks just in the driver's briefing, you could hear the laughter, you can see the guys giving a bit of witty banter, but at the same time, they know this is a fight. This is round 1 of 6, where you got to make it or break it, and many of the bigger teams will be looking at the drivers saying, that might be a potential to move up towards our teams.
They certainly will do if you keep finding good results time and again. Form can be undeniable. Here comes Boeing to the inside, and 4th place will be now stolen away. A very accomplished pass at the best place to get it done. Turn 1 out on track Primera. You got that long straight, and what makes it so difficult as well, Stephen, down at turn 1 is that you got that natural plateau up for the main straight. But then, of course, you've got the natural plateau down for the braking zone, so you're braking right on the downhill.
And also, it is very, very abusive on track limits as well. So you've got to make sure no going out too wide, because you put a wheel wrong, you're going to land up racking up the penalties, and it's going to cost you. Remember, they only allowed 50 to get their first drive-through. When they get another 25 after that's a drive-through. But I'm taking a look at the Rdoks setup shop going and pulling into the pits. The Ryan O'Connor car out of 4th place. They're going to be getting some work done to the car by the looks of it as well, and drop down the order for the LMP3s.
So that will bring then the likes of TSR Racing to 3rd. Harvu move up now to 4th. And that Rdoks 162 has a meatball flag by the looks of it there. So the 162 have obviously had that hit, and so that hit has caused them some terminal damage.
And having to get some serious work. And taking a look, has been sent to pits due to connection issues. So it's not even from contact. The driver, by race control, either iRacing or race control, has sent the car to pits and got Ryan O'Connor to disconnect. That means the team will be frantically waiting to get a driver back in or get Ryan back into the car. That is rather unfortunate, and is equivalent to just having mechanical problems kicking up, and you are now going and falling out from 4th place. They down into 7th in class and still falling.
So a mechanical black flag, or the connection black flag, is one of the newer elements into iRacing, where if your connection's too bad, it will flick you and say, right, your laps aren't going to count if you're out there on circuit. You've got to come into pits, change driver, and that is huge. The battle's still on with a GT3 AM battle on screen right now, and that I am absolutely loving at the moment, with Nemanja Radovanovic here in 6th position, looking to move up into the top 5. That's Norbert Frank there in front for Manatee Racing White to try and get by, but at the moment that's the pace. We'll try and find a way through. We'll try and get it done. Harvu currently now down in the pits as Inter Primera, just not there yet.
Just the Aston Martin under braking really going, as we do see Miguel getting into the pits. 162, the Rdoks setup shop 162, seeing the sister car. Both are sitting in 8th and 9th in class and dropping even further. So Miguel wants to get underway and rejoin the race. However, it must be rather frustrating in the pits for the Rdoks setup shop, as they've got both their cars in a little bit of problem. We do, however, see a change as Connor's out the car. We've got Martin that's climbed in and getting himself back into for the drive, and will be heading out onto the circuit.
So that change then will go through with about an hour and a half remaining in this race. So that will be easy. Split it up, 45 and 45 from this point on to the end of the race, as Radovanovic up at Portimao corner, turn 10. Looks to drop back down the hill again, now attacking at turn 11, and then over to turn 12 here. This uphill left-hander, very easy uphill corners to just loop the back end when you think you've just put a little bit too little power down in. Over to Sagres, which then drops down the hill the other way, which effectively makes that massive spin and transfer so difficult as a corner. And then Galpi, the massive drop down the hill as you look to try and get the power down on the exit of the car, trying to throw you to the other side. Norbert Frank doing a good job then of keeping that gap stable between them as it stands. And for the moment, Nemanja Radovanovic here is just going to have to look and say, I might have to wait for a pit stop.
Just also taking a look at our LMP2 leader, Saunders, who's out in front, has so far completed 83 laps of this race. He has been absolutely putting the power down, trying to stay at the sharp end of the field, and hasn't missed a beat. He's been running consistently in the 36s. He's gone a little bit up to a 37.3 on his last lap. However, I mean, this has been a tremendous show of pace for the driver, and still not going and backing off, not seeming tired, still managing to open up the gap over Eric Grove, who is fresh in the WSR car.
He's fresh, yes, but he has been making mistakes, and so while Graham Sanders has his experience in the car, Grove now out at 10 seconds down. I think this has been a wonderful bit of driving from Solpeck, but what driver do they go to? Marcel Ropak now is trying to figure out that, okay, this is where I can try and get a pass done on Di Chiara for position. This one would be for fourth, and so down the hill, it will be a case of I'm losing Ty at this moment, knowing that there is Boeing in third place for the Enns brothers. It's a case where you turn around, you say, what can I do? XPD are doing what they can. Now leaving the pits, that's SD Corsa, who come out of the LMP3 lead and now rejoin circuit back in second place. So they've just had the change with Friedman. They've also seen Tralpa down in the pits. So Fabian Siegmann will now have himself control of the race lead in LMP3.
The SD Corsa still ahead of TSR after all this time. I'm sure the frustration of what do we need to do to get these guys? What do we need to do to get ahead? We've been fighting them majority of this race, and we're just not getting that gap. We seem to be on similar strategies as well. Someone's going to have to pull the trigger a little bit earlier, try and undercut or overcut just to get that little bit more pace underneath them and figure out what can they do. And that, by the time, they're also losing a lot to Team Heusenfeld, the 148 car with Fabian Siegmann, who's behind the wheel and nearly a minute up the road.
A full minute tells you all you need to know, as Marcel Ropak now still looking to try and figure out every corner is going to be worth its weight. And I see a black mark next to Boeing currently there in third place. And if that is any indication of what I see, that is a penalty on the horizon.
Well, Saunders goes through pit lane as well, and it will be stopping in his box. So our leader of the race stopped in the box and getting some work done as he gets ready to go back out there.
Minor contact responsibility and a drive-through for Leon Boeing and the Jens Brothers competition team. They'll have 4 laps to serve this penalty as they have got themselves it. So now it's a really, really huge moment as far as it goes. Ovando into the car then for Solpeck as they make their stop. So Eric Grove now has control of the field and is due that pit stop in the next few laps in LMP2. But Leon Boeing now will have to fall back and right on a pit window as well. This is the biggest nightmare.
Unfortunately, you referred to him as a Boeing. Well, Boeing also had to cool their jets during the course of the year. And unfortunately, this is what's going to happen for the Jens Brothers competition. Riding high, got into second, but not going to have the easiest time out there. We'll have to just try and figure out what's going to be the next game plan. The question is, how much have they got left in the car? Because if it's a drive-through, then for the next lap to come into the pits and get a refuel, that is just equivalent of kicking your pinky toe up against the corner of the table, as Boris a little bit too late on the brakes there.
Yeah, that's what cold tides will do for you. So Boris Angel Ovando then into trouble trying to get that sorted. You've got currently in the car, you've got the likes of Vetsic there in for GT3 Pro at the moment, ahead of Nobfel there for 2-7-8 team there in second. So for Nopful and the Manatee team, they'll have a lot of work to do to close down those 7 seconds needed. But this is what you're trying to avoid on these outlaps, getting caught into trouble. You've got a car that you haven't necessarily dealt with before too much. In comes the Jens Brothers competition team to serve their penalty. But right now, I would not want to be in a position where I'm given cold tyres to go and run on and make my attempts on it. You want a car that gives you something to work with. Yes, it takes a couple laps to get up to speed, but surely when you turn around, Stephen, and say, right, I want to get up to speed quickly, the amount of patience needed is huge.
Oh, it's just you having to wait, and wait. Especially since you've just got into the car, you got the pressure to try and gain some time during the course of this race. It just goes and starts to bug you. Your team starts to go, all right, well, here's the car. This is the lap time you got to aim for. You already hyped yourself up 2-3 laps before getting into the car, and you can see even going a little bit wide out there. Eric Grove for the WSR Esports out in the top of the run, pulls into pit lane and will be getting himself sorted. Now the question is, how is this all going to turn out as the Solpec team going to focus on the drive? They need to make a little bit more pace here to get into the top 5, lying in 6th position, and still a little too far off the back of the likes of the Jens Brothers competition that's just served their drive-through penalty.
But remember, that Jens Brothers team will also need to come in and make a pit stop, so that'll be the least of their concerns. So we'll keep an eye on where Solpec come out in comparison to WSR as they work their way towards turn 12, out on circuit here. The long left-hander, Fury in the pits. Nürburgring Esports, by the looks of things, will now take control of the field at the front. So now it becomes a case of where's the power? Boris Angel Ovando for Solpec Precision will have a bit of lap traffic to navigate around through Galpi. Now on the power, look how close this is going to be on the exit. WSR are waiting to go, waiting for the launch of Eric Grove, and he's not going. Goodbye race lead. Avando's got the jump that's needed, and that gap will be about 7 or 8 seconds, I reckon, by the time they're fully up to pace.
And it's going to be a nightmare run now for Eric Grove to be heading out onto the circuit. It doesn't look like they put that car up on the jacks for tires as well. So this is going to be an interesting time. Maybe just saying, listen, let's keep the tire temp. They still feel okay. I need to try and focus on the charge here. Try and minimize that time loss at the moment, but it still would have cooled down on the pit stop.
So, as they've got to try and find a way through, I look at Eric Grove right now. The big key is how do you stave the gap? You don't know how quick you are compared to the Solpec car. You now need to try and work out, do I have pace or do I not? And then at that question point, I asked you put Teemu Mulikangas back in behind the wheel.
It is a huge possibility. You've seen the pace that he had early on, and that is one to start considering. Eric Grove does need to complete his fair share, though, and that's possibly what the drivers are just counting on. Just try and get that third of a third done, so then you can hand the car back over to the quicker driver, and maybe they might be saving the likes of the quicker driver to go out later, to give that final last dash to the line, that sprint race, that hard push to go and fight for the sharp end. Just to really think about that also comes into play. Try and give as much rest as possible, and unfortunately mistakes don't happen.
Big spin up the top there at turn 10. That was going to be a nightmare to try and navigate around. They just about do so as Nürburgring Esports hit the box. That was not ideal for Nicholas Hettiger and the group battle he was in for what is 9th and 10th places against the other Nürburgring Esports car, the closer tile machine of Jeremy Balmer in GT3 Pro.
And having deep breath moments, and this is where I've got to bring up, drivers are starting to feel it. They're starting to have that lactic acid building up in the arms, building up in the legs. They're starting to feel the eyes getting a little bit dry as they're focusing on the screens, whether you're in VR, whether you're using triples or single screens. you having to really have the mental concentration as well. So not only physically you're getting worn down, but mentally you're getting worn down. The circuit is getting harder to drive. The racing is getting harder to really get close to one another. And every single one of these drivers are starting to feel the pain. Little mistakes creeping in every single class. This is where being at the latter part of the race is where I don't like racing. This is where critical mistakes can happen, and it doesn't have to be your fault. You can be avoiding an incident like what we saw with Team Heusenfeld GT3.
You certainly can. There is the 1-2-5 and Nicholas Segerstroller, who is out there at the moment in the car trying to hunt down a 4th place position as it currently stands. That is Echelon Simsport LMP3, the 129, and Mike Bowen, who is there behind the wheels. So for Segerstroller, this is where you've got to try and open up opportunity here. You've got 80 minutes remaining on the clock to go and make this move, and it's a little bit more than that. It's one of those stick or twist situations. You can go and make these passes, you can go for a position, but do you still have to go play fuel game as well? And that might be an indication of no, they don't, because that's a big lock-up there from the car just in front of Bowen, and that really opens up the, I would say, potential to say, actually, I think he's not got what I need at this point. I need to get by.
And honestly, it all comes to critical moments around the circuit. This is a track where it's won or lost under braking. It's not on straight line horsepower. Everyone running a very low downforce to maximize the amount of straight line speed that they have. However, the playoff is just trying to keep it all together. Our GT3 battles are still raging on as Nürburgring Esports on the top right continues to fight out against the Aston Martin.
So, Nürburgring Esports and Jeremy Baumer doing just about enough at the moment. That might even be your leading GT3 AM that they're in a scrap with out there on track, and really having to try and dance away around at this stage. And that is correct. That is Alec Dave Haase there for the 3-2-1 Jens Brothers competition team. But as we focus with Segerstroller again, it's another look that's not going to really do too much. The lift off into the opening corner to save a little bit of fuel. I'm not going to go and attack you into these corners. That understanding that's there and needed. It's difficult when you're the car behind. A 140.1 on that last lap from Segerstroller. You are looking at this going, right, I'd love to make that pass. I'd love to get myself in that position. But there is also a long game to think of.
And at the moment, Nicholas is getting the advantage of being pulled along that little bit further. As we take a look towards the GT3s yet again, Nicholas Hüttner in the BMW, getting the drive into turn 1, runs out a little bit wide and tries to focus on the drive out of turn 2, turn 3, fighting out against Alec Dave, who's first of the GT3 AM. Got to say, the Jens Brothers competition, the GT3 AM car, has been faultless thus far during the course of the race. Miles away from Manatee Racing Purple, but still taking the fight to the pros.
Yeah, and there's issues, though, for car 144, which will be the TSR Racing entry of Johannes Trauper and Moritz Runk, who will see that they've got a 20-second stop and hold penalty right now that they've got to try and navigate through.
Not ideal circumstances coming into play, and we'll have to be thinking about the long game here. Unfortunately, one team that has been going through the walls currently is the Firefly iRacing Silver LMP2 car. The 41 car has had not only warnings, but had stop-go penalties, drive-throughs, and is fallen down into 17th overall, lying smack bang towards the back of the field of LMP3s on the same, is 2 laps down from the likes of Team Heusenfeld 149 LMP3.
Tough day for them, and we'll take a look. Car 241 will get a drive through penalty, and on cue that is Philip Eckert, who will dive into the pits and take that. So they're now starting to rack up here, these penalties. They are continuing to find themselves in. Mike Bowen has just lost out the place for Echelon, so that puts Sega Stroller then back on through into 4th in class. And then for Havu, they'll be quite happy with that because they'll know that Johannes Trauper will be next for them on the list. So I don't think they're doing anything too wrong with the way that they're going about things. I think they are looking at this going, podium certainly is an opportunity. There's Johannes Trauper at the moment for TSR Racing, but as we know, with 75 minutes to go, there are no guarantees that this race finishes without another caution.
No, not at all. This is all about just focusing on the drive. Where are you going to go? How much work are you going to be able to put in during the course of this race? It's always a difficult time for drivers to focus on where you need to be, what is going to be the game plan, and everyone having to think, all right, I've got to try and work out the best strategy possible during the course of this race. Where am I going to come out during the course of this race? And what of my fuel is going to look out? Because whatever happens now, you're going to be handing over to your teammate and letting them deal with it.
And if you hand over to your teammate and say, it's your job, not mine, that's kind of not the best game that you want to leave them with, and that's where you play. SD Corsa, Henry Mackenzie Friedman, absolutely wonderful gap they've got now, 6 seconds. They are to the good. They've played so much there well with the battling they had to do with Miguel Vigo in and around the hour and a half mark, but they've held themselves steady. They've given themselves 6 seconds. They just can't afford to do anything silly as they make a big lunge down one of the Jens brother Aston Martins there that they jump on by. This is exactly what you want for a start of the season. If you can start strong, you can build yourself a platform to allow yourself to maybe not be at your strongest at a different circuit.
And I do want to point out, for a little bit of breathing room, for the first time, SD Corsa has got a car gap with Team Oysenfeld running in second place and TSR running in third. Finally going and breaking away and saying, okay, Chingos, we've been there for the first long part of this race, and now finally we've got different competition on the back of us versus TSR that's actually dived into pit lane.
Yep, so TSR then are making the call, and so they're doing everything possible to go, you know what, I love this decision, and say, this is my stop. This is my moment to say I can move forward. There's Dennis Weaker, who sits there absolutely poised in 6th position and really attacking that curb on the inside. You've got to be really alert to it. We'll take a look. So this was Dennis Weaker earlier on and ran a little bit... Oh, absolutely overshot. That's not an overshoot. That's an overshoot.
It's just going and inspecting the gravel and seeing if it's up to code. That's one way of doing it.
I can't lie, it certainly is, but certainly not the most efficient way for Nürburgring Esports to go and jump through. Dennis Weaker then will lose a bit of time because of it, about 6 or 7 seconds, and of course would have deposited a bit of gravel out there on the track. Now that would have taken about 2 or 3 laps with all the cars that we still got running here to deposit it, but ultimately that's what you get. You've got to be really much fighting for what you can. Yannick Burkhoff now in a 3-car scrap right now. This is 7th, 8th and 9th with XPD. They're in 7th. Burkhoff, they're driving for Leiper Esports. Then in position number 8, and Hyperion with Ryan Fuqua. They're in 9th.
Absolutely great stuff. And honestly, looking at the racing thus far and looking around the circuit, there's a lot of marbles off the racing line that no one wants to touch, especially the prototypes at the moment, because the amount of dirt that's been deposited on the circuit for off tracks, the amount of rubber that is just built up on the sides of the circuit, you might think, oh well, it ain't going to affect you, but in iRacing, they've gone and made it so if you clip any of that, you lose grip, and it takes 2 corners just to try and clear your tires, and it makes life rather miserable. You will be getting you'll get the red and yellow flag coming up saying change your surface, be aware of it, and that can also bug you if you're not expecting it. you will suddenly go, hold on, is that a safety car flag or not? You start second guessing what has in your sights. As we got race control putting minor contact responsibility, stop, go, 5 seconds for 2-3-1.
And that 2-3-1 team is Fury Sim Sport, which over the course of this season will have Marceau Williams, Chalampon Asavanon, the Thai driver, Matthias Temmer, and Jack Smith, who we've seen today in behind the wheel. So troubles for them. Burkhoff, though, still looking to try and move on through and get up into 7th position. This against Rafael Ruiz Munoz for placement, and Munoz is just staying steady right now, knowing that they've still got one pit stop between now and the end of this race. And speaking of things that have got to stay steady, that LMP3 gap looks anything but steady at the moment. That gap's come down from 6 seconds to 1.3.
Absolutely great stuff. And the LMP3s have been brawling right through this entire race. I think it's one of the closest classes that we've had this entire race. Team Heusenfeld staring down, looking to get past the SD Corsa and hoping for it to work out in their favor. Havu also holding third at the moment, will be starting to feel the pressure from Echelon Simsport. That's been gaining a bit of time, closing it up 2.4 seconds, staring, hoping for a position gain here. Remember, Echelon Simsport is the only one other than, it will be Echelon and TSR that have done their stops. And I'm taking a look at this. TSR may have just done a undercut and possibly will have just enough to do a splash dash at the end over everyone else. It took the advantage to work out in their favor.
And that move done by Burkhoff then gets the pass made in towards turn 1, confirmed at turn 3. They've been waiting to release it, and that slide there through the middle of turn 4 could have very easily been a tag front to rear, but they've got their pass and they've got their placement, and they can be happy that that is done. Yannick Burkhoff then moving up to P6 overall as far as it stands. Now look out for this race lead with what they are going on dealing with, because SD Corsa at the moment now find themselves wrong place, wrong time, trying to avoid troubles. Here's a GSRC replay. This is why Henry Mackenzie Friedman, I think, is tangled with one of the McLarens out there, tried to get up underneath too much, and then gets a side swipe for the troubles. They're trying to dive through. Now, I don't think that was intentional there by the McLaren. I think that McLaren just, got a little bit aero loose by going through, was expecting the car on the inside and maybe misread the call.
Not ideal circumstances at all. And the question is, has there been any damage that's been incurred to the car? Because that was in corner entry. That means the suspension was a little bit exposed as well. So not ideal circumstances for them. I'm going to have to just feel the car out at the moment. And there will be radio communication saying, listen, what's the car feeling like? How's the tires feeling? Can we see anything around the car that may be a bit of an issue?
And at the moment, it looks okay because they've got that gap back out to 2.7 seconds. If anything, Henry Mackenzie Friedman is driving aggressive at this moment, and he needs to try and rebuild that gap that he's lost over the course of that last moment that we just saw on screen. So that will tell you a lot, and it is also interesting as well to note in GT3 Pro, because German Sim Racing Red had themselves a 6-second margin. That 6-second margin has now become a 4-second margin, and that 4-second margin now is also a 2-second margin back to Voracious in third, who are not out of the realms of winning this race with 1 hour and 7 minutes left.
And also just taking a look back, Craig Bray, who was in the Moradis M squad, the 370 McLaren, going and nailing the wall pretty hard on the side. They're not going to have a good time. They're trying to get the car back and is getting some repair work done to that front suspension. So they are definitely not having an easy time out there. It has been a race to forget, that is for certain. They've so far been in the pits for quite some time. This is the second time they visited the pits. They just got the car fixed and suddenly back in with damage.
and 30-second stop and hold for the 394, which is Jens Brothers competition. It's the second team, not the one that's leading. Team with Nemanja Radovanovic, who's been in the car. You've got the likes of Julian Eichenlaub, who could be there at some point, Raphael Heck and Matthias Hendrik Auer, who could all be in at some point this season. So for Radovanovic, it's a case of got to come to the pits, 30-second stop and hold. That will sting at this moment, with that being the category with the biggest lead overall. Stephen McDonald then for Solpec Precision 262, having a bit of traffic down the inside, trying to lap. Will also be looking to try and move through to a top 5 at this moment overall, and this will be big for them in position. It's against GT Dynamics and Michael Ross.
Some late moves all the way through, different classes battling out, and it does show quite how amazing the racing is. LMP2, the LMP3 and GT3 all out on the circuit, all fighting tooth and nail, not giving up, not giving an inch, and really looking to try and fight their way just a little bit more. Everyone wanting to see the finish line at the moment.
If they can see the finish line, if they can get it, it's big, and there is a 5-second stop and hold for the 222 out there then. So 2-2-2 troubles for Stint 1 Motorsport. So that will certainly hit them where it hurts, and they will now in 11th with Usmail Pinochet there in behind the wheel. That will certainly put them in a world of trouble. Ryan Fuqua looking for 8th place for Hyperion. They're looking at XPD and Rafael Ruiz Munoz as maybe vulnerable after being passed in the last 15 minutes. So here's another chance. Fuqua then is going to try and get that run along the main straight. It's half defended, so Fuqua's not going to get it. Trying to just stay out of line and just maybe have that lunge at turn 3. Is the angles? Oh, he's deeper on the brakes, but he just can't find a way in.
Just trying to feed the throttle in a little bit more. It is extremely hot out on circuit as we're up to 34 degrees at the moment, and we haven't even hit 12 o'clock sim time as yet, so we're expecting it to get warmer and warmer. But Ryan digging deep at the moment, aggressive lines to just try figure out how you can get the drive, hunting down 8th place in the Hyperion Racing, wanting to get to back to that top 5 they once had early on in the race. Very, very close. And this is the one thing I gotta say, when you're running so close together, you start to feel the aero wash, you start to feel pressure getting taken off the nose of the car, and that will land up with a bit of understeer in the corners. You got to be so careful to not run into the competition. Remember, when you're running this close, your original braking marker changes as well. You have to suddenly brake 2-3 meters earlier than you usually do.
You do, and so you got to be a little bit mindful about who you're in and around with. I think that's Voracious in front of them, who's only 8/10 behind Manatee Racing Black, so they'll work their way through turn 4. There's the Voracious car on the inside, comfortably dispatches that. XPD now will need to get the launch then off of the Manatee Racing Black 278 along the straight to give themselves the room into Primera, turn number 1. So one car's going to get through, the other one's going to have to wait here for turn 2, maybe even turn 3. That takes the line they want away, and now into turn 3 at Lagos. Again, Ryan Fuqua isn't going to quite be there, fighting in first gear, up to second, massive kick of oversteer through the middle, fighting up the hill. That's going to completely stymie the battle.
Honestly, some amazing racing. Oh, late on the brakes.
Voracious, they're through.
Voracious getting a stellar run there, up into second, and now they will set their eyes onto German Sim Racing Red. Manatee Racing Black will be hunting down this Mercedes as much as possible as they're trying to utilize as much of the track that they can within limits, within reason. Remember, they still can get a drive-through penalty. Let's take a quick look at the replay, though. Tucked in behind, late on the brakes, went for the dive. Ambitious, got it in through the hairpin, up on the apex, and gets flat on the gas. Just utilizing a little bit of torque there. The Mustang, unfortunately, low revs, doesn't quite like it.
No, and that was so clever from Facundo Rago, who drove wonderfully there in making that pass. He didn't overcommit to the inside. He took as much space as he needed. He gave a car width and a half on the outside and said, right, that's my place. Now what are you going to do about it? And Facundo Rago now can set his sights on chasing down German SimRacing Red, and Lars there, who is in a wonderful position out there in the 2-6-7 leading. Lars Vetsic will now be hoping that as this goes, heading into these final laps, that he would like maybe 15 minutes taken off the clock with a safety car if he can. Otherwise, he's going to have to A, outlast, and B, manage, because he knows that this final stop, he's got to put 2 laps more fuel in the car than Voracious.
And this is where you start trying to communicate to the drivers, listen, try and save a little bit of fuel, lift and coast where you can. Try get that little bit more that we can get a little bit more drive at the end of it. What the German SimRacing Red team are going to be hoping is Manatee Racing Black will come back fighting, not to take away the... They will need to keep a very close eye on Fury Simsport as well, who's 1.5 seconds on the back of Manatee Racing as in that fight. So it's not over just as yet for third place. We may have the duo turn to a trio very, very quickly. And here, unfortunately, is the Maradness, the McLaren that's been through the wars, suddenly having another fighting LMP2 around it, saying, listen, please, no more, no more. Just give us a break at the moment.
You can see Ryan Fuqua try and be cheeky. Can the door open up then for the inside? It doesn't, and that just leaves the gap open for Hyperion against XPD, who now get another little stave of reprieve out there at their battle behest. So I would say for Fuqua, that was tough, but good effort. Didn't quite work out. Maybe needed about 2/3 of a corner more, and that would have been a totally legitimate way to try and get the up and under for that position. I am still keeping that eye on that lead gap overall in LMP3. It is that hovering around 2.5 seconds there or thereabouts. So that is still going to be keeping a lot of eyes focused into the final hour, which we are now here with in your SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks. Your opening round here in Portugal at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. It is still going to come down to the wire in GT3 Pro and in LMP3, with WSR Esports currently safe at the moment in second, but knowing that Solpec have the gap that they need. Ryan Fuqua, though, here in LMP2, still trying to get that 8th place away, but the issue being, how do you scrap it back? Because Munoz has done everything right in this battle, and has just kept the car planted in the middle and said, you go make a move.
Honestly, this is just some great racing. Ryan for the Hyperion getting tucked up right underneath that rear wing, focusing on the charge. And while these two have been fighting out with one another, they've actually been pushing one another to go a little bit quicker. They've been closing up the gap. They've ran 139s. You're going to see it when they come across the line this time round. 138 for XPD, however, not enough, because the 137.9, Ryan gets the pass into turn 1, gets it.
But just about able to hold the place in through at turn number 3. So Ryan Fuqua gets the move done and holds on to that position. A wonderfully constructed pass then that puts it up into play. And as a construct, you'd say now eyes up to 7th if you can possibly reach there in the final hour. So we're sitting down into endgame mode at this moment here, saying this is what is capable as we all fly on through. And Stephen, we've had some wonderful racing so far, but 10 seconds clear at the front. Boris Angel Avando, Solpec Precision Racing know that WSR are sort of the golden child at the moment in these sorts of sim racing events. They're coming to rock the apple cart, and they have done just that.
And that's where it's going to be at the moment. Solpec Precision Racing has been waiting their time, waiting for the momentum, and now going to be wondering if WSR is going to swap out Eric Grove, or they're going to keep him for the end, because we're now under the hour. 56 minutes to go. Solpac Precision Racing in first for the LMP2s. SD Corsa for the LMP3s. For the German SimRacing Red, they lead the GT3 Pro. GT3 Am is the Enns Brothers competition. But take a look at Boris around the outside, confident, making his way through traffic, ensuring he needs to keep up a 1:37 mid to try get to the end. That is the time needing to open the gap further and further away from WSR, and to ensure they have enough time to get into the box, refuel, and get back out there. Because last time they did a full work on the car, tires and fuel, it was 41.8 seconds through.
They're all in the pits at GT3 Pro, so that's making a big decision for many out there. Voracious in, you got German Sim Racing in, that's your top three all in. Ivan Ajaudo, then for Enosis Esports, looking to try and find a way back to 9th place against one of the Lamborghinis out there just in front and trying to navigate through that. That is Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez there to try and get through. Manatee Black were also down there in the pits too. So that tells you top three have made their stop. Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez can hold that place for the 202 that had that penalty, remember, but now with a little bit of LMP3 traffic mixed in the middle, that gives the sanctity needed.
And that was extremely close. And honestly, bravo to the drivers, just giving enough room late on the brakes. But the question comes in, for our GT3s, this would be their final stop. You can run an hour on a full tank. And for many of the drivers, a call now is you have got this driver till the very end. You have to make sure that you get it up and going. Remember, LMP3 can only fill up 75% of their tank. An LMP2 can put 100% fuel in, but they've only got a 90-litre tank to deal with, same as LMP3.
Yeah, and so with those 90 litres, it's about how you use them. You're not going to use them all in one go, but you know that the more you're stamping on the throttle, the more that you're reliant on finding everything else to work in favour. Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez building that gap. I can confirm that they have all left the pits now in your GT3 leaders, and German Sim Racing Red have got the clearance on Facundo Rago, and they built probably about a 4-second lead then, so they've got to hold that for the final stint. Manatee Black are a further 4.6 seconds adrift of that. We focus with Firefly E-Racing Red. That's Philip Eckert at the moment, 9th place in class. This is a look to try and get up, and that is, of course, Jan Schultz that's there just in front that he'll have to try and get by next to. Is fresh out of the pits, and so when you're eyeing that in terms of where everybody is, you know that you need a lot of confidence and commitment. See that big wide line.
And it's all about the chase through. Philip Eckert needing to really dig deep at the moment, up into 8th place. The top 10 is on the cards for them, for the Firefly E-Racing Red, and it hasn't been an easy drive for the Firefly team in total. So a positive run towards the top 5 for the championship means it's back to the drawing board, but still a positive gain for the championship. You're going to be walking home with the points, and considering early stages of the championship for 2025 is more points than at the end.
Yes, so that positivity is, if you're going to find the points early, it gives you better platform to work with. You can't go chasing because there's no guarantees that it's all going to fall in your favour. But Eckert knows now that there's a car vulnerable in front of them. They probably have to make one more stop there in the 2-4-1. So they've got that in the back of their mind. It's not a direct fight for the race win, because that is your net championship leader, sorry, your net race leader out there at the moment. You've got GT Dynamics in, which puts the 262 of Solpec now in control. There is Jan Schultz, who will have the job of trying to bring that Mercedes home and hoping that somewhere in the distance, Facundo Rago is not going to hunt him down over 52 minutes. This is what you'd call a traditional iRacing spec run now of about an hour, 50 to 40 minutes. That's what most of these drivers know and expect.
And this is where you start considering it goes from an endurance race to a sprint race. This is where you put the hammer down, as we do see some of our GT3s still bailing into the pits for their final stop. That's the Finnish Endurance Academy that's dived through pit lane, and it looks like not a stop that they want to have at this point.
No, but it's one they have to need to make as Michael Ross leaves the GT Dynamics, and that brings them out in 8th place. They'll just lose the 1 position there, and breezing by goes one of your LMP3s that makes the launch around. So they're out in a comfortable 8th place at the moment, and they'll say, yeah, that's exactly what we want here at GT Dynamics. A good, solid finish to start the season. It has been a quiet run from them, and Stephen McDonnell currently in control in the Aston Martin for Solpec. They're surely due in, and they're going to have no friends on the exit then of the final corner of Galpi, because that was just about enough clearance needed. And remember that Aston Martin can duel on the straight with the LMP3s. The LMP3s get all of their ability through the aerodynamics in the corners.
Utilizing similar spec engines underneath, the only difference between them really comes in of one weighs 1.2 tons under dry weight like the Aston Martin. The other one is 980 kilograms, being the LMP3. Now, we saw the Finnish Endurance Academy go through pit lane. That was a drive-through penalty that they had to serve. They're running 3rd in the GT3M. They have got a lap over BP Racing 2. So thankfully, a little bit of breathing room, but it doesn't help with them trying to catch up to Manatee Racing Purple. We've been talking about the GT3 Pros, we've been talking about the LMP3s and the LMP2s, but our GT3Ms, the Jens Brothers competition, has still kept it all in check and wanting to keep on going. However, Manatee Racing White getting a stop and hold 60 seconds for contact. That is not what they want to have, and unfortunately losing out a lot of time, especially towards the end of the race.
Yeah, for them, they know how important it is. The gaps have really opened up in GT3 AM. It's now 1.5 minutes, almost a lap for the Jens Brothers competition 3-2-1 team. So they know what they've done, and they've got a huge gap, but not a good penalty late to have 60 seconds stop and hold to be added on. That is pretty much a Damocles at this moment to hang over the head of anybody. And there is your leader in GT3 AM, Alec Dave Haase, there for Jens Brother competition, leaving all the room and just driving well within themselves at the moment, as that is Marcel Raupak then looking to move up to P4 against Kostek Solovier, back in behind the wheel for Fury Simsport.
Absolutely great stuff. Now, I do want to go and point out something very, very interesting about having live stewarding, and you land up with races like this, as we do see one of the cars had a bit of a moment to get into the pits. But you might be getting a penalty that's affecting you in the race, but remember, this does also apply to both car penalty points for the season and driver penalty points in the season that can affect you later on. So anything that you start racking up now might not affect you in round 1, but when you're sitting in round 6, well, that's where you start to remember your little mistakes you had in 2025.
That indeed you do. And so when you start to put those together, you don't want to be burning your bridges now, putting matches in your season and realizing you've got penalties late on. There's Facundo Rago, who will now be promoted up to 4th position in class. We'll be looking around. They're actually behind again at Manatee Racing Black. So what's happened for them is they've dropped a lot of time. And now German SimRacing Red ahead of Solpec by 9 seconds. So how that's come about, Rudy Knopfel then will be up into 3rd place. And Stephen McDonald, the work that Solpec's had to do from that 20-second stop and hold that came through earlier, they now find themselves 2nd and realise that German SimRacing are the challenger right now, and they've just got to keep themselves steady.
Not an easy time, and lots of worry, but also quite busy with the LMP3s as well. It's always a thought process, what you have to do to move forward. How are you going to gain a bit of time? But Voracious is right on the tail of Manatee Racing Black as well, wanting to retake the position. Seeing third places right there, they've had a race from a broken nose early on, a pit stop that wasn't quite planned under safety car, and now staring down, looking at the back of the Mustang going, yeah, I think we can bring a bit of German power to that American Mustang.
Well, Rudy Nupfel will now be looking at this. Manatee Racing Black have driven a nigh-on perfect race for them at the moment, and they're looking for it here. In comes SD Corsa from LMP3. Is that a little early at 46 minutes left as they make their stop? Nupfel close, but not close enough into Primera, leading over towards Lagos corner, which is at turn number 3. On the brakes, has to let the leading LMP3 through of Team Hoisingveld, followed immediately in line by one of the Rdoks cars there that's a lap down or two, but Nupfel now has left the door pretty much ajar, and as the door is left open, the horse bolting through the gate is Facundo Rago.
Facundo Rago loves that corner. He absolutely goes for the sends. It works like a charm, and he gets it done every single time. We are getting reports as well, a bit of a penalty coming in for the 277 car and for a pit lane infringement as well. So it's not over with all the drama as drivers try to see it through to the end. Unfortunately for Manatee Racing Black, this is now red alert. This is problematic. We got to get past this Mercedes because 45 minutes is generally your GT3 sprint race that you do every single week.
It is, and so if you understand that, you know what pace you need to get out of it. The only difference is you've driven the car for 3 hours, and now you just got to make sure that you can convert, and that's what Facundo's going to be looking at here. That gap is now 12.5 to the front of the field in GT3 Pro. So I don't think they can get any further than that. I think they're just staring down the barrel of this is it. This is the best I can do, unless there's a late safety car that comes out, and there'll be huge hesitation to throw a safety car late inside the final 30 minutes. So not close enough, having to let more of the traffic find its way through, and they will manage that. But Facundo Raga gets so much drive coming out of Lagos and up over the top of the hill, needing the Solpec car that has broken things up to get a little bit of a giddy up on at this moment, to get by the other Solpec machine, which can't quite take the turn as it wants, but just about manages.
Jake, have you got a wooden table in front of you?
Well, close enough, yeah.
Please just touch that, because going and talking about safety cars, we know what commentators' curse is about, and I'm sure none of these teams want to be experiencing it at the moment, because Hyperion Racing is on the back of Manatee Racing Black and staring to try and gain a position as well. So any of these teams don't want to see that iRacing BMW come out. They want to just leave it in the pit lane. They want it turned off. They want to see this through till the checkered flag.
Or dare I say, yes, they do, because they want to catch German Sim Racing Red as well. It gives them a chance to fight for the win. Rather than that, we got Echelon Sim Sport down in the pits. I'll tell you, the team that doesn't want to see it right now is SD Corsa, because that would actually, no, it's the team Hoisingveld who don't want to see it right now. They got 59 seconds at the front and a pit stop still to make.
This is turning into a race of note. And for the sole pick Precision Racing, they're going to have to focus on the drive. Solpic Precision Racing, LMP2 in pit lane. WSR going to inherit the position. Is this going to be an overlap? Are they going to react? Eric has got the wheel. Boris into the pits. Is it going to be a driver change? Or is Eric going to have to really dig deep to keep ahead of Boris at the moment?
I think the gap's a bit too big, and that's the issue that WSR are going to find. Even if they can put less fuel in the car, that gap has ballooned over the course of this stint to Boris Angel at this moment in time. There's not much that they can do except stare it down and realise that Boris Angel Ovando has got himself everything he wants. Facundo Rago continues searching for second place overall in category. There is Derek Heiberger, who has sat on the back for Hyperion Racing, and who has found everything heavenly on the way that they have quietly walked up to the back of this group and said, you know what? Podium. Yes, please. There goes Ovando out of the pits in 4th place, and will now look to get up to speed. Now down to 5th, just dropping one more. Rago close, but not close enough, so we head towards Sagres.
I mean, this is going to be a race and a half, and for Voracious, it is redemption time to get into 2nd place. The Solpec Precision Racing Aston Martin looking to be up on the podium, being the very few Aston Martins in the series. There's only 3 of them, and so far, 2 are going to be standing on the podium and going to be saying, we're here, we're making the impact. The question is, it's going to be a first for Am. Is it going to be a 2nd place for GT3 Pro?
Well, that's what they want. And Facundo's been sitting there. He's been waiting. He won't see it happen against Solpec here in this corner. He knows that turn 4 is his best, and he's just gone through it now. A few little wiggles there. It's a slew of Mercs looking to try and battle away through. One of the Mustangs there in the middle as well to get by this Aston Martin, which traditionally has been a little weak in a straight line, but cornering-wise, it is very, very adept. So you're going to struggle to A, outbrake it, but B, make it. That's the key. If you do have side-by-side, it's like a pocket rocket. It can fly out the corners.
And considering it's got 3 kilos ballast on it, plus 1% reduction in power, it's really holding up really well. And this is the one thing I've got to say. The BOP has brought the racing so close to one another. Whoa, that was a bit of a
moment there for Manatee. Have they been able to save it? Yes, Rudy Knopfel. Wow, that could have been the race gone.
That is not what you want to have. And Hyperion suddenly having a Mustang there and gone, probably was looking in the mirror saying, where did they go?
It was a case of abandoned shit hard over to the right. And so that ultimately puts Manatee out of that position. Bottom right of your screen, just overcooked it. And it doesn't look like much on screen, but it's enough. You'd have been full opposite lock trying to stop that one from just flying into the grass. Rago still not close enough here in towards turn number 1 with 39.13 on the clock. But now it's down to who's got what left. And at what point do you try and make Solpec crack?
And also just taking a look at some of the drivers in our GT3 field, they've done 4 stops. Question is that going to be a factor that our GT3 Pro drivers are going to be considering? Who has to do the splash and dash? Who's going to be battling their way out? Our LMP3 might look like a change as well. Is the SD Corsa going to be getting the jump on Hülsenfeld?
I'm not sure. That's the key, though. I'm not sure. This might be close. And I think Hülsenfeld, if they've got this right, I think they're ahead. And I think they're ahead by 6. They're ahead by 6. Fabian Siegman, they're ahead by 6.
And that has been a stellar run. A quick pit stop, splash and dash, and now needs to put the hammer down. SD Corsa having to really dig deep at the moment. Is it going to be enough for Henry to really stand on the gas to make up 6 seconds? 38 minutes left of this race, and has been running consistent times of a 137.6 versus Hülsenfeld's time of a 137.5 consistently. Fabian has got to dig deep to keep at least in the 37.5s to stay ahead of SD Corsa. It's going to be a difficult one.
SD Corsa is going to be close on fuel as WSR Esports now hit the lane from your race lead. So we'll see how they go with Solpec. They've got about 50 seconds. They're going to need a very quick stop to get themselves out and ahead. Henry Mackenzie Friedman now is going to have to drive possessed to catch Team Hülsenfeld, who have been so good at LMP3 here at SimRacing Republic last season and look like they're on course to start exactly as they mean to go on here. Solpec Precision now at 27 seconds away from WSR. Boris Angel Ovando is hoping to count that time down and prays not to see the white, the black, and the red of WSR colours on his right-hand side as he works his way down through Galpi corner and heads himself over towards the line. WSR still in their box at the moment at the end, and Solpec get the news that they want. They lead, heading towards the checkered flag.
Not quite. Driver change. Take a look who's in the car for the final run.
Mulikangas.
This is now a race of note. WSR's got 10 seconds, fastest driver back in the car. Solpec Precision has got worst case scenario right now because at the moment, we have got the WSR driver that got a consistent 136.1, 136.2 at the start of the race and can chase down Boris. If anyone is able to make up the ground, this is going to be it. This is a race of note for the LMP2s. I don't think that Solpec has got this in the bag just yet.
It's not a guarantee, but remember, it'll take a couple laps for Mulikangas to get up to speed. Derek Heiberger now trying to eye up that podium spot as it continues on in GT3 Pro. So we still got that to deal with. But WSR Esports have their best driver in, and if Solpec start making mistakes, WSR are given a ticket to the dance. 137 miles an hour before hitting the brakes in that AMG Mercedes Evo. Derek Heiberger at the moment as the power gets back in underneath and the charge comes back around. Heiberger is certainly looking around, thinking there is an opportunity for me to move up to third, to move up to second. Solpec right now, they've got to get into full Gandalf mode because none shall pass.
It's going to be doing everything. Now the question is, we've got the British, the Germans, and the Americans chasing. Unfortunately for number 33, they got the black flag instead. XPD Racing, LMP2, EMX will have a drive-through penalty for minor contact. And that is not exactly how you want to have the last 34 minutes of your race going.
Top 5 still to fight for. Dylan Bittman trying to find the move that puts them up into the top 5. Dennis Weaker still there for Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen at the moment. Through Sagres corner, they'll head to Galpi with Bittman looking for a run. How early can you get on the power? It's German team versus German team at the moment, and there's where the wake, the wash, comes out into play. Dylan Bittman now gets the launch along the straight, will pull to the right-hand side, will get even as they now look for that downhill dip in towards Primera, covers off the line, takes it P5.
Dennis once again losing that P5. Every time he gets hold of it, it just slips between his fingers. Will be fighting tooth and nail to get it back. German SimRacing, but take a look! A dive! Fagondo, a huge dive, and it's opened the door for Hyperion Racing.
My, oh my gracious voracious. That is a big, big move to throw that down the inside. I wonder if Solpec will say anything about it, but it's 2 through, and now it's up to Hyperion.
Oh man, that was a masterclass for Hyperion. Just the right place at the right time. But the question is, Stephen McDonald needs to dig deep, focus on the charge. Ferocious goes out wide. Hyperion looks to try go on the inside. I think we got a fight here for Hyperion Racing, staring down the barrel of second place, and they have just brought in the likes of Ferocious into tow. Solpec is not out of this. It is a chase down for the wire.
Look, they know that the race lead's out of reach, so now they've got to start kicking with everything that they've got. And there's the big tight line by Derek Heiberger, looking to try and get that launch. And he knows up the top of the hill that Facundo Rago is a very, very accomplished sim racer. But Derek is hunting it down with everything he's got here, heading towards Primera corner, turn number 1. Still not quite enough to go and make that happen. But now you just got to harry and harass through every corner to say, I'm here, do not count me out. Solpec trying to get close on the brakes there. That one not going to work there in 4th position. So to still focus on from Stephen McDonald. He's not going to give this one up right now.
It's still a fight of note, and I'm also taking a look to the LMP2's. Last lap time for Solpec Racing was a 137.9. WSR a 138.0 on cold tires. It is still very, very close. 14 seconds, but the last lap time is still rather close between them. We have got fights up and down the field. And honestly, if you're looking for racing action, SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks is giving everything hand over fist.
Oh, and this is where the MP3 inserts itself into the battle. Heiberger has to let it go. And now that puts a car length in between them and opens the gap out to 3/10. And, oh, defending against it. Oh, that's so cheeky by Facundo Rago. Defending against the LMP3 traffic to not open it up down the inside. He says, I can't let you through here. I'll let you through now when you've got a great chance at Galpy. I need the gap.
And unfortunately, this is not going to turn out well because it's down to straight line. And unfortunately for the LMP3, you got the same type of motor between the two. You're only going to rely on just a little bit of acceleration. But when you get to the end of the straight, you're going to be actually helping Facundo Rago at the moment.
Take another look here. This is Derek Heiberger's view of Facundo Rago, who goes late into the corner. Can't get it slowed down in time. Solpec loses it. Cookies! That's mine, says Derek, and he takes third.
What a drive of note. And now the question comes in, how far are they going to go? And I am taking a look because I'm sure there must have been a little bit of words said from the Solpec team and the Voracious team of, I'm not quite sure about that late send, that little bit of a door nudge there. Whatever happens now is going to benefit Hyperion Racing, who was just in the right place at the right time.
And that's sometimes what racing is. Right place, right time, right movement. We're under half an hour to go here in your opening race here at the Autodromo Internaki and Aldo Algarve. Derek Heiberger sees that gap now at 0.6 of a second. And Voracious have now been given the license to go out there and push and build that margin up, which they need to. They can't catch the 267 that leads this field, German Sim Racing Red. But what they can do is hold second. But remember, that's a Voracious car that pitted off sequence within the safety car and found themselves at the back in 14th. They've really had to work to get this back.
It's just been incredible racing non-stop through the field. And honestly, each and every team, each and every driver has really dug deep on this one and shown their mettle. None other than our GT3 AM that's been running faultlessly. The Jens Brother competition has been fighting with the pros, has been just keeping those clean. Not any single issues, no door bangs, no warnings, no drive-throughs. They've just been trucking, focusing on the drive and seeing it through to the end.
Dominic Knuckle in behind the wheel here for Jens Brothers competition. Half a minute clear of Manatee on a slightly off-cycle sequence compared to everybody else. So they've done what they've needed to do, pitted later than everybody else, still have the gap, and now have that to work with to the end of the race. And looking at the LMP3 gap, Hoisting Belder now out to a 9-second margin. Here's Manatee Racing Purple, who's trying to hunt them down. Mauro De Molina is the one who's trying to do all that hunting in the 378 Ferrari, but just not managing to get close enough at the moment. It's a great effort by Manatee. It's another one of those very, very good German teams that come along and prove that they can be knocking on the door at the highest level, but they are community on top of that, and they have a team for pretty much every level.
That's absolutely incredible. And seeing some racers come together, drivers, teams.
Sorry, I've just noticed that. WSR have got the gap down to 9 seconds.
And taking a look at the lap times, last lap time for Solpec was a 137.9, WSR 137.4. So we got a big run for a team who is really focusing on the charge. Boris, I think, is starting to really dig deep. He's trying everything and running a little bit out of steam here.
I'd worry about that gap if it's starting to absolutely crumble down at the moment. Yannick Burkhoff here for Lipa Esports, wanting to take 7th place away in the late stages of this race. This is against Ryan Fuqua of Hyperion. You've also got the Jens Brothers competition 00 of Kimon Sapini looking to try and get in as well. No looks at Torre VIP. Then as they go at turn 5, now they've got the small Kinker 6 to navigate through, and they'll head to the big right of turn number 7. Kimon with the best seat in the house here in this 3-car scrap towards the end of this race.
It is a fight for all of it. It is time to make or break it for round 1 of the championship. And it's going to be about digging deep. It's going to be about pushing as hard as you can. The question comes down to how much has the drivers and the teams got left in the bag to really get across the line, to stand at the sharp end of the field and say, we managed to get the checkered flag.
That damage front right,
round
front
1.
left. Is that damage front left on Solpack?
Look.
I think it is. I think that's damage on the front left. So no wonder they're dropping time.
They got a knock.
Wow.
So that is going to be devastating.
Well, it is, because look at how much time they're dropping. Lap on lap, second on second. They are wounded. Late on, 25 minutes and 35 seconds from home. And they know they've got Teemu Mulikangas, who is hunting them down hand over fist.
For 25 minutes, you battle, you chase, you dig deep, and you have to try and drive through. This is where, not to be the bad guy, you start going and saying, GT3s, you might losing it a little bit, or LMP3s, you might making life a bit difficult. But we got a replay coming up, and this is what happened to Boris.
On the brakes, Torre VP, overshoots it. There's the hit on the front left. Tried to avoid contact with one of the LMP3s in front, and were just completely blindsided by the braking marker. A small mistake, which would have been on its own, but a massive mistake now. Now 2 LMP3s battling amongst each other. He's got to try and work down the inside. That gap is down to under 7 seconds. Now he's got to deal with. Every lap is torturous.
Jake, I got a big one that's come through. We've got minor contact responsibility for Voracious. Stop-go 5-second penalty. For minor contact. That is going to take them out of the running.
Yeah, it will, and it's their own fault for the way they tried to make that move. They outbroke themselves against Solpec. Solpec took it to the stewards, and Solpec get what they want. It will now be Hyperion who will move up to second.
What a race. This is all just coming unglued right at the end. I mean, we got to fight for 5th and 4th of the LMP2s. We got to fight for 1st and 2nd of the LMP2s. It is all coming apart. Our GT3 pros are going at one another. This is turning into such a great race. And if this is the start of the season...
Unless we forget, Dylan Bittman here on this season opener still wants 4th. And it's against Harvu at this moment in time. Harvu, who remember, have just come in and made their pit stop, which now puts Solovier and the Fury team up into 3rd position. So this is a big scrap for German SimRacing.de. They love these points.
I mean, this is turning into such a stellar run. Harvu, unfortunately, had a stop early on in the race, and that's why they've been in the pits 6 times, where German SimRacing DE's been in the pits 5 times. 1st and 2nd, they've only been in the pits 4 times this race. I mean, this is just absolutely phenomenal racing. And if this hasn't got you wanting to jump into your sim and be part of the championship, I don't know what will.
Well, Hyperion here have a chance in the top right to make the move, but they've also got to be a little bit clever about this because they don't have to on track. They don't need to pass Voracious to make it happen. Voracious will defend this one in through turn 12. going over to turn 13 now, here, the right-hand bend of Sagres corner. So that will start to open up then opportunity, and they have to serve that penalty within 4 laps. So it's a case of what does Derek Heiberger want to do for Hyperion Racing? Will this be a case of I'll move over hard right? No. So he'll have to keep scrapping for it and being wise to it here in the final stages of this race. Gap under 6 overall now.
Now the question comes in, if Derek carries on fighting, he's now going to land up getting the likes of the Aston Martin a little bit closer to him every step of the way. Solpic Precision Racing can start to utilize this because Vicarious wants to just focus on fighting their way through. Remember, they're getting a stop-go, but they don't want to lose too much time to Manatee Racing Black, a little bit further back in 5th place, or GT Dynamics. They want to keep ahead of them, but this can work against Hyperion Racing GT3.
They've got 2 seconds, and I think that's the key. So 1.6 effectively. Those 2 behind are threats, yes, but Derek Heiberger knows there's a bigger threat getting tangled up in the middle of this group. That gap nearly 5 seconds now for Teemu Mulikangas, who is there in 2nd place. They are hunting down WSR, see life in the chance of getting their victory, and it might be a 15-minute hold that might be needed from Ovando at this stage. Close again into turn 12. We watch. We know these gaps have been there. This has been stellar to see here for the SimRacing Republic on this season opener here today in late September. You don't have to wait Billy Joel Armstrong to say wake him up when September ends, because right now it is ending with an absolute clinic. Heiberger now looking for a run. There'll be traffic on the inside trying to move through, and still you got Kimon Sapini trying to get through for the Ends brothers. Look at that.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Fights up and down through the field, trying to get that last little run in. 20 minutes and 22 seconds left of this race, and it's going to be hand over foot, put the hammer down, give it everything you got, because by the time you see the checkered flag, if you haven't given it 110%, well, you can't go and look at round 2 saying, better luck next time, because this is crucial for the points. There's 6 rounds in the championship, not a lot of time to play with, and with 3 different classes fighting for the maiden win here, this is gonna be a proper run to the line.
Heiberger again sees that there's no pit stop from Voracious, sees that there is still a gap to try and deal with, has to allow Team Hoisingveld LMP3 leading in category to go around then and make that move, and does so. So it keeps that one all nicely calm and situated. Dylan Bittman, this is for 4, trying to find a way by Harvu and Ossi Peltola, who's behind the wheel. Peltola can't do anything. Bittman to the inside, takes the move. Is there a switch back at 3? Too deep, son. Too deep. There goes Ossi Peltola. Wily as ever.
Absolutely great stuff. Nose to tail, keeping an eye. And it's all about situational awareness. Where are you going to put the cars a little bit wide? Unfortunately, for 5th place, as now Ozzy goes around the outside, goes for the switch back on the inside. Has he got the drive to make it work? Does so. Ivu just putting the car in the right place every step of the way.
Twice you've tried, twice you've gone down the inside, twice you've lost out by overcooking it. Big there. Ossi Peltola has been able to hold, and speaking of those trying to hold, Mulikangas hasn't been able to make as many inroads this lap against the likes of Boris Ovando. So that one now 4.5 seconds only at the moment, but you're still looking at that gap saying how much can it shrink out there in this field? How much traffic is going to play its hand late on in a race like this? Bittman still stuck in 5th place, but look at that slew in front.
This is gonna be a chance for Dylan to either make it or break it at the moment. 18 minutes to go, and I can tell you that the comms will be going absolutely dead quiet at the moment, as they will be focusing on the charge. I mean, even if we go back further down the field, 8th and 9th in the LMP2 class are fighting for position. It doesn't matter where you are in the train, you have got competition around you, and Boris at the moment is just focusing on the drive. He has got a car that's not working out in his favor. Last lap was a 137.9, and WSR with a 137.6. If you can ever hear a Jaws theme song getting closer and closer, well, this is what Solpec Precision Racing are starting to hear through the helmet. 4 seconds adrift.
Well, that gap ticked under 4 for the first time, and then was the power on the exit from Boris Angel Obando. This one is going to come right down to the line here with 17 minutes to go. We still wait to see Voracious hit the pit out there, and there is Teemu Mulikangas for WSR Esports, who is desperate to hunt down. He's just got to run through the traffic, one car at a time. 3.5 on the brakes into Lagos corner, turn 3, back up the hill. Once again, Teemu has to do everything he can to hold himself steady into position, and he knows he gets by the GT car, but look at it. It is rush hour right now for car 23.
And Eric is just sitting there in the pits going, yeah, you got this. Don't worry about it. I kept it all together. You nice and calm at the moment as the pressure's taken off him and now relies on the teammate. This is an absolute charge of note. No room to go. And WSR Esports is going to be taking a look at the traffic and trying to give some form of guidance. If you've got any communication with friends that are in the cars ahead of you, you're going to be sending messages saying, listen, I'll get you a chocolate if you could just lift and get out of the way at the moment.
This is what we call... Yeah, another car jumps out the way. This is what we call Christmas list racing right here. Every car that moves out the way for you, you put on your Christmas list. Everyone that doesn't, strike off. 2.5 seconds. Now the gap.
And this is gonna be a chase of note, but I don't think Solpec is gonna give up the fight too easily. Remember, it's one thing to catch the car. It's another thing to get past. You're gonna have to try and dig deep to make your way around as they now catching up to the GT3 battle. There's the Solpec Racing Aston Martin that's just trying to catch up to Hyperion. They'll end up having the WSR. They will be on the comms, radioing in to the LMP2 team saying, listen, we've just had WSR get round us. Try, get going as fast as you can. Voracious tries to go for the inside line. Hyperion goes underneath. Oh, contact.
That's the pick. Derek Heiberger's going to get the run here. Solpec's going to do nothing. Oh, Voracious is going to do nothing about it. They have to let it go. And there's the move. Stephen McDonald now, with eyes full of fury, will take a look at Voracious, knowing they've got to make that stop. And Voracious here, I think, realise they are beat. They've been got.
At the moment, but I don't think they're going to give Stephen McDonald the run here. It's going to be, well, I have to pull in the pit, but damn, I am going to make you earn the position as a changer for 8th place. We've got the likes of the Jens Brothers competition, come on, going and getting the run, but it's not done and dusted just yet.
Kim Onsapini getting that done on Liper Esports. That'll move for 8 in LMP2 that gets that move sorted. So wonderfully done. Oh, look at that in the top right. Forced all the way to the pit wall.
It is a chase of note. It is a run for the ages, and everyone focusing on the charge of what can they do to stay at the top of the order. What can they do to make it work? Pressure is on.
There's more than pressure at stake here. We know that this is going to be some close racing. Harvu still hold their place in 4th, and Dylan Bittman is tired of sitting and waiting. GT traffic, that's going to take away the chance there. That Mustang doesn't do any help there for Dylan Bittman, who knows he wants to get by Ozzy Peltola with every fibre of his being to get it done, with just 13 minutes to figure out whether he can. Bittman needs the run here, out of Sagres, down into Galpi corner now, and it's going to get a really nice launch along this straight, but how many cars are going to help in tow?
And I just see a note from race control. Penalty for car 214 postponed. to post race. So that means
Oh!
Gracious doesn't have to get in the pit.
Wow, Dylan Bittmar nearly lost his car. He's got the place, but he tangled with Aussie Peltler into turn one. They're going to fight around the Fury car there, but that is a big, big, bold move that's been made with the penalty postponed. Voracious, by the way, have found themselves back into second, so something's happened to Hyperion. They've dropped 2 seconds.
This is turn...
Solpek are back in 6th.
So,
and that'll be why.
That is a big one. Hyperion Racing with major damage to the car. If they pull that car on the pits, they are done. That is 5 minutes worth of damage repair. That is the top 3 done and dusted. And Derek is just limping this car, trying to hold on to the podium and doing everything possible. I mean, this has gone from driving a GT3 to driving the equivalent of a Mazda, with lots more horsepower.
And all the while, this gap's under 2 seconds with 11 minutes to go. There's only a couple cars between them now, and you can see it. They're on the same piece of real estate here. Teemu Mulikangas here is just trying to jump 1 car at a time, 1 car at a time. They said that 15 seconds couldn't be done, that they needed help. They've got the help, and look, they're there.
This is a race and a half for the drivers, and let's take a look at the replay. Side by side with Solpic, and unfortunately contact Solpic into an LMP3, and Derek taking the hit on the nose and a bit of damage. So both Solpic and Hyperion getting a little bit full of LMP3, both taking a bit of damage for their race.
Oh, they're together. They are absolutely together, on top of each other. 10 minutes to go. The race is there. They're fighting around the GT3 Pro, race leader of German Sim Racing Red. And Mulikangas now has clear sight in front of him. Solpek are wounded. Solpek are trying to hold. This is going to be the longest 10.5 minutes of number 62's life out there, and he knows it, does Boris Avando. He knows that Mulikangas is there, and now it's just a case of what limb do you pick at to get the move.
I think Boris is not going to back out of this one. Mulikangas is going to have to dig deep to try and figure out, and this is going to be a moment that you put your car in, gun it, but take a look at Derek fighting to hold on to 3rd place at the moment, because Hyperion Racing is in a world of hurt. With lots of damage on their car, they have a chance to fall out of the top 3 from fighting with Vicarious, who will get a 5-second penalty post-race. They're opening the gap and might just hold on to 2nd.
Well, they got the safety on that corner against Manatee. It wasn't their fault. It was a case of trying to move out for the traffic and not enough room was given. Mulikangas all over the back here of Boris Avando, and this is enough to hold 1 lap. You're just going to keep counting the laps here, Boris. 1 lap will do, and you'll need another and another until you see that checkered flag. Mulikangas won't get a run here through turn 12. Now you're going to start eyeing up here at Sagres Corner, turn 13, and it's all about drive. This is where you're weakest, probably, if you're Solpek in the 62, that you need to drive off the exit. 0.3 of a second, I wouldn't guarantee that as enough safety there. The wipers go a little bit there as you go through the corner. Mulikangas now really trying to close down this gap. Liper as well in the top right of your screen in a big scrap still. They're still going to hold that position against the Jens Brothers Racing, who have a slide. Mulikangas still can't get it at 1.
This is going to be a fight and a half. You can be quicker, but can make it work.
Big lunge down the inside. Is that going to be the move that gets the race lead done? 8.5 minutes. They'll go side by side over turn 4. Wrong side of the road, Teemu. If you want it done at 5, it's a battle down into Torrevieja as they go for the next run. Who's the bravest on the brakes? The answer is still Solpek, but now on the outside again you'll go. Mulikangas gets the drive. Mulikangas door to door, wheel to wheel, in at turn 7. Big hold around the outside. 8's almost impossible to hold around the outside. Mulikangas and WSR, he's still there. He's still there. Now through Craig Jones at 9. Finally, WSR take it.
And now it's time for Solpek to come back. They're trying to go around the outside. Boris lining himself up, gets a little bit of a tank slap on the way through. He is throwing hammer and togs at the moment. He's utilizing every bit of drive to make it work. It is Solpec Precision Racing wanting to challenge WSR, wanting to take that first place. A little bit of contact. We wouldn't have thought this would be the case early on. However, Lady Luck was not smiling on Solpec Precision Racing LMP2. Boris loses out the drive, and here comes the straight where he loses out that little bit of top end. Can he make it up under the brakes? Can he throw it in to try and get past? You're going to have to go for the Hail Mary sends of sins from the heavens to get past the likes of Milikungas.
Well, will there now be a case where Solpec can now hold themselves with the slipstream? If they can, they've got a half chance, but they've got to hold now for 4 laps, you'd feel like, to try and keep themselves in play. And already you can see how leery the car is, snapping with oversteer over turn 4. Nowhere to go, heading down into turn 5 at Torre. And knowing that gap is now at 7/10 of a second. In the fracas of all of that, Manatee Racing Black have reclaimed the podium, but it could be more depending on post-race review with Voracious. But my goodness me, what a finale we are having here at Portimao at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. WSR are clear and almost have their second.
I mean, this has just been an incredible race. We were speculating early on if we will see Milikungas get back into the car, or will they be waiting out. However, the 144 car, the TSR Racing LMP3 that landed up in the earlier contact with the GT3s, will be sitting in pit lane getting some repair work done with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. They want to see the checkered flag. They want to get across the line. We also have a fight down in 12th and 13th of our GT3 Pro with XPD Racing and likes of Firefly going and pushing that little bit more. No one is safe at the moment. Team Huisenfeld out in first place in the LMP3s. They've done enough to break the toe from SD Corsa early on, and now it's just managing the gap. Focus on your drive. Keep going through it all.
Wow. They've certainly done what they need. I do note that TSR Racing are down on the pit lane with the black and orange mechanical flag, so they have themselves day done. But Fabian Siegman, what a strategy call by them. Managed to overturn a 6-second deficit into a 6-second lead. And look at what they've done on this final stint. It's now 12.5.
See some great racing, and we've seen everyone fight their way through. And take a look, negative delta by SimGear, still in a brawl at the moment, trying to go for 14th position, and it is going to be a charge on everyone, giving it their last little bit of effort, throwing all the cards on the table, wanting to capture any points possible for the start of the championship, and also put on a stellar show for everyone out there in the virtual grandstands.
Well, it's on, and it certainly has been. This is a team that can do no wrong. Jan Schultz currently behind the wheel of the 267 German SimRacing Red team on a day where so many great contenders, Solpec, Voracious, Hyperion, have all come to blows. This has been the one team that has kept soaring above everybody else. The Eagle has simply been unstoppable.
Absolutely great stuff. And this is the one thing about endurance racing. It's about staying out of the pit, staying clean, making those calls, and just keep going on as you battle your way through. I do also want to point out that there was a little bit of a concern for the 00 and the 10 car that the stewards were taking a look at, but the likes of number 10 of Janak Birkenhoff going and giving the position back to the 00 after a little bit of a warning, went and turned from was going to be a bigger problem to, okay, he gave the position back, thank you, but we got our eye on you. So just a little bit of a move there of we want to keep the race going, and they still right on top of one another, much like Hyperion Racing for 7th position over Nürburgring Esports.
Yeah, so that was a redress there that we had, but Ryan Fuqua and Hyperion, they've done so well to catch up for 6th place. A little flash of the lights to try and get traffic to go by, but now it's a case of where do you manage this pass? Oh, they're going to have to cross the beams. A huge defense by Dennis Weaker there to try and hold it steady. Big kicker tail looking for drive. Up and under. Oh, there's a tag. There's a tag between them. Fuqua gets into the side, and now he's going to get the place from it, is he? Straight down the hill. Oh, that's a push to pass. Ryan Fuqua, I don't think wants to take it that way, but he's going to have to here at Tony VP. He'll have another tap on the exit for good measure, and back up the hill again.
It is just fight all the way through, side-by-side moments. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have no idea how difficult it is, these tires are shot. The drivers are shot. The nerves of the pit is shot. You are literally throwing it all to the wind. You are putting it all on the line. You are trying everything. You are down to 50% life left in these tires, and it's game on till the very end. 1 minute and 35, and it's a fight the way through. Ryan gets it, and unfortunately for Dennis, blips out through the corner.
Nothing Dennis Weaker can do there. He was trying every corner to fend off and take that place, but he just has to fall back into line. We're down to 1:17 remaining in this race. The gap at the front overall, 1.8 seconds at this moment in time for WSR Esports. It just ticks over to 2 minutes. There's a lap and a bit to go.
Oh man, this is incredible stuff, and if you blink, you miss it. And that's what it's been for nearly 4 hours of racing, folk. If you blinked, you missed it. And that's why this championship, the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks, is one of the premier endurance championships you want to go and keep an eye on, you want to be a part of. And from 2025 to 2026, this is the action you're going to expect. Over 6 rounds of racing.
That's all you get today after this final lap. But note that when it comes to racing action a month from now at Barcelona, it will be something truly a sight to behold. What a day of battling we have had in all 4 categories. It's been dominant in some, it's been quieter in others, but we can say that it's been hard fought for every single stage of the way. Through Tony VP, and now back up the hill again. We head for one last time, heading over as we see the leader of your GT3 AM get lapped for the final time, and they will be the next finishers over. They've had no challenger over the course of this race. Almost 40 seconds to the good is Dominic Knuckle over everybody else in class, which that means Manatee Purple and then a lap. There's Fabian Siegmann. He's going to make it for another lap around yet. And then, of course, you've got German SimRacing Red, who have been lapped and are on their final lap as it stands. That gap now 20 seconds as SD Corsa are desperate to try and get themselves home and hosed. But there is a driver who needed to step up and deliver, needed help. Now heading through Sagres corner, and while just Galpi corner remains for WSR Esports, it is the Mullikangas miracle here at the Algarve. WSR Esports win the opener.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. From the brink of failure to the top of the run from one of the quickest drivers, but I still take my hat off. The GT3 AM, the Jens Brothers competition, takes the top spot and shows that the AMs are not to be feared, not to be put down, and can fight with the pros, finishing right up at the top. 29, well, finishing up 33rd position overall.
Absolutely stellar. There comes Jan Schultz to the line. That is a big GT3 Pro win that gets the job done and says, I am team to beat. And there will be words post-race about Facundo Rago and Voracious, and we'll see what that comes of before we head over to Barcelona as they now look to cross. Rudy Knopfel close there in 3rd place, but some great drives throughout the order to get what they need. And, well, quite simply put, It's a lap of honor for Team 148. They've got exactly what they've wanted. A wonderful strategy that plays off. And Stephen, Team Hoisingveld are proving they want to take LMP3 again.
Oh, absolutely incredible stuff. And it's a class that's after my own heart. And it's good to see Team Hoisingveld putting in the effort, got towards the top. They weren't in for the fight at the start of the race, but it's about what you make of it during the course. Takes the win, SD Corsa, and Harvu finishes out in third for the LMP3s. What a stellar run for the class that is usually looked down and like, nah, we don't want to race there. Well, I think it's definitely one that everyone should be racing in.
We say that middle class is the most difficult one to race as Nicholas Segerstaller now makes his way over towards the line and will complete the field out. They finish under Barney's gaze, and that will be that as they head towards the line. Confirmation of result then will be on your screen, and what a day at the office for WSR Esports. That was huge in terms of what they needed to put together, and a winning margin as they crossed the line of 3.6 seconds in the end over Solpec Precision Racing, with Fury Sim Sport a full 51 seconds back then in P3. German SimRacing.de would take fourth ahead of Harvu, with Hyperion Racing in sixth ahead of Nürburgring Esports in seventh. They weren't able to get that pass done, but Lipa Esports are eighth. They did manage to make the pass ahead of the Jens Brothers Competition Zero team in ninth, with XBD Racing LMP2 MX, the first of those a lap down in class, in 10th position overall. Firefly iRacing Silver would be 11th ahead of Absolute Motorsport Acelith, and 6 laps down would be Fast Repair Motorsport, rounding out LMP2, who had next to no casualties, Stephen Koenig with LMP3.
And time for the middle class that has put on a show. Team Hoisingveld take the win with SD Corsa lap down on them in second place. Harvu in third. Echelon Simsport of the LMP3 in fourth. Team Hoisingveld once again locking down into that top five. Rusty Spatulas up into sixth. The Rdoks Setup Shop 162 and the Rdoks Setup Shop 164 finished 7th to the 8th. 9th place goes to the Bronchosaurus that had a problem early on, and TSR Racing in 10th place, a little further down from where they wanted to be. Going a little bit down the order, it is 11th place, the Moranis, 7 laps down, and unfortunately, one of our first casualties in the LMP3 and overall is the FX Simulation, 137 laps down over our lead. Moving over to our GT3 Pro.
Yeah, German Sim Racing Red holding the ability to stay out of trouble where everyone else did. Voracious would take second, with Manatee Racing Black having the final spot on the podium. Late gains for GT Dynamics. They'll take fourth, and they'll take it in a heartbeat, with Hyperion Racing finishing fifth with damage, and Nürburgring Esports just 7/10 short of that in sixth. Team Hoisingveld will take seventh ahead of Fast Repair Motorsports in eighth. Solpec were looking at second place after their final stop. They end up with P9, and that wasn't what the doctor ordered. Enosis Esports would be the ones who would round out that top 10 as we look over the page for the rest of those in category there, as Fury Simsport would be a lap down along with Firefly E-Racing Red. XBD Racing GT3 MX would be a lap down too, along with Stint 1 Motorsport SCC. Negative Delta by SimGear.it would be in 15th, with Fast Repair Motorsports 2 laps down. 100 Force would run into troubles, be 4 laps adrift, and a retiree for Delta Sports Sim Shop 299. Not what was ideal. And then finally, Stephen Koenig with GT3 AM.
It's to round out the 52 car field we had here today. First place goes to the Jens Brothers Competition. Faultless run, but didn't get a lap ahead over Manatee Racing Purple, 43 seconds behind. Finnish Endurance Academy holds third place. BP Racing 2 put up the fight, unfortunately only able to get fourth. Fifth place is Jens Brothers Competition. The sister car maintains that top 5. Manatee Racing White finishes in 6th. Echelon Simsport GD3 AM in 7th place. 8th place is the Moratis M Squad, the 370 that had a bit of a tough time out there. Another retirement early on is the M&J Downforce for Dash, with a major terminal damage off the start. Some great racing at the end, and honestly, some stellar run.
Yeah.
But Jake, we've got to talk about the race, and we've got to talk about the drivers, and especially, there's no better voice than yourself to take us across.
Yeah, we've got Teemu Milikangas here along with me. Now, Teemu, 15 seconds is the margin just as you're about to start thinking, okay, what do I do here to try and pull back that gap? You get a bit of luck with damage on the Solpec car in front of you, and then you just got to start chopping the tree. Talk us through that final hour.
Yeah, it's we thought about, I don't know, pretty speechless, but yeah, we saw I was just going to drive to the end, and then we saw the one mistake in front and from the Solpec car, and then I just thought about we go full push to the end as we had enough fuel for it, and yeah, it just everything worked like a dream, and we got the place back. So it was a pretty sweaty last 40 minutes.
Talk us through the entire team, because it looks like you built a great start to the race. You then had yourself the big battle with Graham Sanders reeling you back in once you put Eric into the car. So in terms of how sort of the day went for you, do you feel like that pretty much went to strategy plan?
I mean, yeah, we were a bit struggling with Eric in the car, and then we just tried to keep it safe and not make what do I have to say? Try to avoid any mistakes, and yeah, just then we just got a bit lucky in the end with the accident in Solpec. But yeah, well, like everything went like we thought that it would went, but yeah, I don't know.
You still have a great platform to work with. Your championship leaders, you're heading over to Barcelona next month as the leaders. How do you think this sort of buoyant result so late on in this race will give you the confidence going into next month?
Yeah, for sure. This will boost up the confidence in everyone, and yeah, we are really looking forward to do the same again in Barcelona. So.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck over there. Teemu Milikangas, they're picking up the big victory here today. Definitely nothing wrong with that at all to put that in on the board. We will get a chance, though, to say a walk down the paddock is about to bring itself into play for Stephen Koenig, who stood by with your winner in LMP3, Fabian Siegmann.
Fabian, well done on a victory for the Heusenfeld LMP3 team. How are you feeling after that race? Start, kept it consistent, middle, got ahead, at the end, charged to the top. How are you and the team feeling with it?
Yeah, thank you very much. It feels great, obviously. Phil did an amazing first stint, handed me the car in perfect condition. And yeah, then we did a great strategy, I think, towards the end. Didn't have to fuel save in the last stint, and just went flat out to the finish, and it proved out to be the right call.
Honestly, great stuff. And we also got your teammate here, Phil, coming in, and also having Phil. I mean, Team Heusenfeld, LMP3, was there any concerns with the amount of traffic, and also having the tank reduced to 75% instead of having a full tank that the car can go to?
In terms of fuel, I don't think so. I mean, we had all teams had this, so even playing ground for everyone. Yeah, the traffic was like always. You know, it's a bit tougher against the GT3s and maybe sometimes even the LMP2s. So yeah.
Fabian, talk us through fighting GT3 battles. You guys have got the same amount of horsepower, same engine. You can only get it so far through the corners. Was it difficult towards the end there? Because it seemed like everyone was on top of one another.
Yeah, I think for us, it's difficult. And for the GT3s, I think it's frustrating sometimes. Because, I mean, we have to make sure that we only send it when it's okay to send it in a way. but the GT3s they often they get sent, and just have to wait until we are done with our move. So I understand that it's frustrating for them because we are just so close, or in some corners we are barely faster, and still we have to send it basically if we have pressure. So yeah, it's challenging, but I really like it. I enjoy this more than blasting past TCRs, for example, who are 10 seconds off the pace. So I really enjoy these very close classes.
Absolutely great stuff. And the final question goes to Phil. What's the game plan for Team Huisenfeld going into round 2? The target's on the back. What is going to be the game plan to go for the championship win, needing a crucial round 2 victory?
Well, doing the same as today. Yeah. Getting P1 in quality and getting the race win. Easy as that.
Cool, calm, and collected. Team Huisenfeld yet again showing off as a dominant factor. And honestly, well done to the entire team for going and charging your way to the top, to be there fighting for it all. And congratulations on your victory, putting in the best lap time of a 1:37.5. We look forward to seeing what the middle class child can do heading towards round 2 of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks. I mean, this has just been great stuff for every single one to move forward. And honestly, I can't wait to see it all. But Jake, we got to talk to our GT3s as well. It's rather exciting times out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got Lars Vesic here with me, and well, Lars, today it's a case of everyone behind you knocked about 6 or 7 bells out of each other, and you kept it nice and clean. Would you sum that up as the same race?
Yeah, I don't think we had a great pace advantage at any point of the race, but yeah, basically all our opponents had some issues or penalties or were just too aggressive. Yeah, the huge crash at the end of the race from Hyperion and Soulpack, I think was it, really helped us. Yeah, I hope the points we gained this race are enough to make it somewhat somewhat nice over the season, but I don't think we can hold it over the season, the advantage, because the race was pretty lucky.
How important was the safety car to you? Because it looked like you got the track position from it, and then, of course, there was a 20-second stop and hold for the car in front of you, which gave you the platform you needed.
Yeah, I think 2 positions in front of us messed up the box and stop and had a penalty because they pitted too late, I think, and went and had to go back to the line. And at the restart, there was a huge pile-up because some people braked in front of us, and the guy in front of us had a crash in there, and obviously was held responsible for the crash and had a 20-second penalty.
It certainly does seem like there was a lot to try and navigate through. Of course, we've got your teammate back in here as well, who will certainly help things out to bring things into perspective. Now, talk about bringing things home in terms of that one, Jan, because as far as bringing that race together, it looked like it was all nice and calm on the surface. But, of course, when it comes to GT3, anything looks like it's possible.
Yeah, of course. It was a pretty tough game. I decided to pit early during the safety car because we will go over the hour mark, and so it was like driving home. After the pit stop, the last pit stop, we got 4 seconds ahead, and it was to keep the fight on, to keep the distance to the other guys behind us. And yeah, luckily they got not the best outlap and we could stay ahead.
And for both of you, do you think that racing next time out next month at Barcelona is going to be a happy hunting ground, yes or no?
Yeah, Jan sadly did a guest start for us this race, so I'm not able to sit into his backpack in the next race. And yeah, so will be probably a lot harder next time.
Well, we'll wish you both the best of luck, even if it might be a bit difficult for you. Lars Vesic and then Jan Stolzer joining us then, picking up victory in the GT3 Pro class. It will be a case of saying GT3 AM is going to be an interesting battle to be had. And it was actually out there today, as down the paddock, Stephen Koenig has managed to catch up with Dominic Knuckle.
Dominic, what a run for you guys, going and fighting out for first place, but also going and fighting with the GT3 Pros. How was it in the pit, knowing that, well, you're first, you got a gap, and you got into some rather interesting 6-car tussles in the first hour?
Yeah, it was quite nice actually to fight with the pro cars because we didn't think that we were on that pace. But Callum did an amazing job doing an amazing qualifying and then putting the car, I don't know, in top 10 or so. And then ahead of the first safety car, we got a huge, great stint from Callum, fighting or leaving a good gap behind the other aims. And then it was, after the safety car, only getting the gap back, and for Alec and myself then to manage the gap and bring it home.
What was your game plan when the safety car came out? Because that looked to be the crucial moment of this race was won or lost. And it's all about the pit stops. What was the game plan for the Jens Brothers competition car, considering your sister car had a little bit more of a difficult race?
Yeah, at first there was a little bit of panic because with me as a pro-rated driver, it is always kind of challenging to get the driver requirements right. But after a little bit of calculating and sorting things out, we thought, okay, we should go to the pits and Callum does what he does best and create a gap to the other guys. And therefore we only got new tires and some fuel and had the work to do and to recreate his first stint. It was pretty easily pretty clear for us, and it worked out pretty fine, considering we had some luck with the multi-class. And yeah, then Callum did the job very well, and we got basically the same gap we had earlier than after the safety car.
A team effort, most certainly, to get it across the line and still to put in a dominating effort. You know, there's two more questions I've got to ask. One, your team decided to take 2 Aston Martins, making only 3 Aston Martins out on the grid. New car, challenges in a straight line. What was the reasoning to go and break the meta, not taking a Merc, not taking a Mustang, but taking a brand new Aston Martin?
Actually, it's quite a funny story. We all are from Germany, and then Callum and myself actually very near of the Nürburgring, and we had a team meeting in this summer where we visited the NLS race, or the 24 hours qualifiers, and in that race the Aston Martin also drives and is muffled, and you only hear the pops and bangs from the exhaust. And all of us guys were listening to that car and loved it immediately. And after iRacing announced, okay, the Aston will be coming to iRacing, and it all sorted out with the SCC, we basically decided immediately that we have to pick the Aston because it's such a emotional car. It is very fun to drive. We also loved the Aston GT4 beforehand. And we didn't know that there was some problems with the top speed or with the torque also, but we knew that there is a good BOP on the races, and therefore we didn't see the problems which we could have. And also in the preparation for the races, we didn't have any problems with setting up the car. The only difficulty we had was that there weren't any setups to work with, so we had to really align the given setups from the other cars with Aston.
Well, you gotta always have a symphony when you're in for a long drive, and there's nothing better than that. The final one is actually talking about the livery design, a striking livery that you can pick out around the circuit. Anything special about it, and to have a half and half car like the Aston Martin in the Jens Brothers competition livery?
Yeah, this is actually our normal livery we drive. We were racing in different teams beforehand and always had liveries which were okay and which were nice for itself, but you couldn't recognize the car in the streams if you are watching these cars. And when creating this team earlier this year, we thought, okay, now we have it in our hands, we can create a livery we want and we like. And so we decided, okay, we all like half and half cars from Formula 1 or DTM or whatever. So that is mandatory, and we also want a livery that is striking. So let's give it the brightest orange with the shiniest effect it can have, and some base colors like the blue we have on the cars. And because of that, the livery was created, was a little bit fine-tuned. Every member of the team got this opinion in that. And we also got out to our partners for some logos to make the car less clean. And yeah, it turned out pretty nice. It looks amazing on the cars. And we are very happy to drive with that colors.
Well, looks good, sounds good, and now can add a little bit of gold to it. Congratulations on taking the victory for the GT3 AM for round 1, heading towards round 2 for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. And once again, congratulations to the N Brothers competition on a stellar run with the best lap time of a 141.4 and showing that the AMs can fight with the pros. What a race, Jake. I mean, this has been such an incredible time. It was, you blink, you miss it, you see the fight, it will leave you breathless. And we say farewell to Portimao. We take a look to round 2, 4 hours of Barcelona, historic configuration on the 25th of October, a circuit that is going to be a proper charge and is currently the 3rd longest of this championship, just behind Spa-Francorchamps, which we'll see later on. I mean, what do you think of this? 14:25 UTC, 10:25 EDT, 25th of October, Barcelona, historic SimRacing Republic in 4 hours of endurance racing.
I think we're going to be in for a treat if that was anything to go by here today. And you can only catch it with us on the Global Sim Racing channel as part of a Genesis Extreme production. Want to give a thanks to everybody who has brought this show over to you here today. From Stephen Koenig alongside me, Christian Deploy behind the director's chair. You've got Dougie Beard, who's been on cameras, and as well as our sponsors for today, Rdoks, the title sponsor, TFR Lab, the starting grid. You've got the likes of iOverlay, which has been brought into play, as well as Tim Coaching, which has been so brilliant for some of the drivers in this championship. There is so much amazing sim racing that comes to us here through the Global Sim Racing channel. Classic Lotus will be around tomorrow for racing action over at Monza, which will be massive to see out there. And then over, we got the likes of Thursday, where you got the Summit Point Raceway for the Skip Barber Racing School. Grand Prix Legends will tackle the legendary Nordschleifer, and Majors will be back next week with racing action at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So you'll definitely want to catch the Roval when that gets itself into play. But a day in which you need a tiny bit of help to go and make things happen. Endurance racing is all about the drama. The Mullikangas miracle. Timu with a perfect chase of 15 seconds. Yes, with a bit of help of damage, but put that in perspective. WSR take bragging rights, and they will do so heading to Barcelona.
This is iRacing.